It's usually kind of hard to do the stream to jazz, because jazz is calming. Jazz keeps you, centered, level. It's really hard to get mad while jazz is playing. It's why jazz is, back in the day before everybody carried their own music with them, it's why soft jazz was played, elevators, doctors' offices, things of that nature. Keep you nice and calm. Never seen a person, get like head banging, raging mad over some jazz. But we should be head banging. We should be incredibly mad. There we go. With what's going on right now. We can't have a democracy where people want to shout down opposition parties, because a democracy works because of compromise. And God, I was young, because remember, for me, new genre, heavy metal jazz. I'll have to try it. For me, I talking to my kids and, my nieces, my nephews, I have to remember, and I oftentimes forget this. I'm 46 going on 62, because my life was compressed a lot faster than most people's. Like, most people don't start college at 16. I think that's like a relative fact. Most people don't have their undergraduate work done by 20. And in retrospect, I wouldn't have wanted to slow down my education because I was bored as shit. But I do wish that I had spent like a little, maybe 10% more time smelling the roses, the proverbial roses, if you will, because there's a lot of things like I don't associate with. The idea of going out to the bar to drink when I was young didn't really matter, because number one, I was never, like, there were periods of my life where I was a heavy drinker, but because I'm an alcoholic. I'm Leo McGarry from The West Wing. He says it best. He doesn't want one drink, he wants 10 drinks. I don't drink because then I just don't stop drinking. But go out to the bar was never a thing. If I wanted to drink, I sat at home at my house because I owned a house. I've owned a house since before I was 20. So it's really, God, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm starting to feel like I understand the Generation Z and the neo-millennials and their level of frustration with the boomers. But then you can't even have a conversation with people because everybody wants their issue to be fixed. Everybody, when they look at the situation, like, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. And your problem is A, and you want all of the efforts to funnel in to fix problem A. Well, this is problem B, and this is problem C. And the really, really intricate part about the Western world, but since I can't speak, I mean, I can to some degree, but I'm going to speak more about America. I can speak about Europe a little bit more than the average American, but definitely way less than a European can. Although more and more every day we're getting a little closer to finalizing that foreign-born registry and flip-flop my citizenships. But you want problem A fixed, and that's fine. It's your problem. You want all the efforts to go into problem A. But you could put $1 billion into problem A and fix 3%. Or you could put $10 billion into problem A and fix 5%. And you want that $10 billion to go into problem A because it's your problem. It's your agenda. But if we put $1 billion into your problem, we get 3%. We put $1 billion over into this problem, we get 3% on this problem. But because these two problems are linked together, $2 billion actually gets you to 4% improvement. Because by fixing B and resolving the issues that A has with B's system, we naturally improve it. If you put $1 billion over here in C, you get 3% on C, you get another percent on B, and you get another percent on A. You see, like, nobody wants to compromise. I learned compromise really, really early from two people. Well, three people. One, my father, because my father was my greatest teacher. Period. Dot. I don't always agree with the man. I don't always see eye to eye with the man, but without a doubt, bar none, my father was my greatest teacher. Two was my professors, who challenge you to come up with a good, like, yeah, you can go to the book and you can say a compromise is this, where each party puts into discussion the lists of things that they would like to see, the ideal end state, and then a compromise is taking the two radically different ideal end states and blending them in such a way that both sides receive the most optimal blending of the two. But that's not really an easy to understand thing. A compromise, much easier to understand, is when both sides get most of what they want, but neither side is happier than the other side. Third, technically fourth, because I said greetings, but I'll give you third. You're the third viewer. People need to learn to compromise. Like universal healthcare. We need universal healthcare. Without a doubt, we need universal healthcare. Let me to talk about universal healthcare for a second. Let me tell you, as the recipient of universal healthcare, about 90 days, well, no, about 44 days ago, I got a 90-day supply of my medication. And then my doctor doubled my dose. Now, as a steward of the taxpayer dollar, because my prescription insurance comes from TRICARE, instead of throwing out the 10 milligram pills and then ordering 20 milligram pills, which some people do, my doctor said, I said, is there any problem with me just taking two? He says, no, just do that. Well, I contacted Express Scripts 14 days ago, and I put in a message and I said, hey, I need a refill, but I need it 45 days early, 45 days sooner than you were expecting, because if you contact my doctor will tell you that my dosage changed. Here was the date that I received my pills. Here's the date it should take me out to. But because he doubled my dosage, I'm going to run out of pills. And this was 14 days ago. They said, no problem, we're shipping the meds. The meds were supposed to be here yesterday. Yesterday, the day the meds were supposed to arrive, I got a message that said, there's a problem with your order. Now, my hands and my feet are killing me because I didn't have my meds last night. So now, here's me, and I have to talk to a doctor to talk to Express Scripts, but I need to talk to the doctor to talk to the local pharmacy to give me an emergency fill of 14 days. I need the local pharmacy then to talk to Express Scripts and say they only gave me 14 days and it's an emergency fill, so Express Scripts should issue my pills because what I'm on is an emergency prescription. And it's not a narcotic. I do understand. I absolutely recognize we've got to be careful with narcotics. I'm not on a narcotic. I'm on a pain block, but it is a non-narcotic pain block. I can't be prescribed narcotics. I mean, I can, but I don't want them because I'm a recovered addict. This is hours and hours of bullshit. Okay? And I'm one guy. And that's, I have to talk, the doctor and the nurse have to be involved. The person at Express Scripts needs to be involved. The person at the pharmacy needs to be involved. So that's 5 people. Plus the doctor gets involved 2 more times, the doctor or the nurse. The pharmacy gets involved 1 more time, and Express Scripts gets involved 2 more times. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 touch points to refill a medication. Because optimized processing, streamlined processing, is that we don't refill your meds. Literally, I was told, in the future, if you get a new prescription, have your doctor send the new prescription to us. But then you're gonna send me more pills. Yeah. But then if I don't fill my pills in a timely fashion, you say that it's not maintenance medication. And that goes in my medical record. Yeah. So you're going to make an annotation in my medical record, which determines my VA eligibility, that I had a 44-day lapse in refilling one of my medications when I didn't, because I'm busy using the pills you sent me. Their response was, well, you're better off just throwing them out and forgetting you don't have them. Do you want me to throw out $720 worth of medication to solve a paperwork problem? Are you for fucking real? You want me to throw out almost $1,000 in medication to make your logistics system feel better about itself? Yeah. We've got a bit of a what the fuck there. A what the fuck over. But the problem is, let's just talk about healthcare. Universal healthcare. Americans are under the impression, this is what Americans are actually under the impression of, that a European pays zero, goes to the doctor, leaves, pays zero. This is actually what Americans believe is how you function. And when you try to explain this to Americans, they get so mad because it's like, I'm the guy personally responsible for why you don't have health care. I'm just trying to tell you what the reality is. So when we start trying to move that money around to solve problems, you're not thinking that that Europe just has this infinite amount of money. Europeans pay approximately, depending on country, 40% in income tax and between 1 and 22% in VAT. Now, when I say that, Americans are like, Europeans don't pay that much in taxes. You're at 25 in VAT now? I didn't know anybody had gone up to 25. So we'll make a quick correction. 25, between 1 and 25% in VAT. Has it always been? I didn't know Denmark was 25. The number that I was aware of is that I'd seen 22. I'd never seen 25. If you live there, I'm gonna take your word for it. So on top of, like, Americans will be like, yeah, but Europe doesn't have all the stupid taxes that America does. You have income tax, property tax, VAT, which is sales tax, window tax, TV tax. Yes, Europeans have as many stupid taxes as Americans do. Europeans also pay more for gasoline because they buy it by the liter and they pay approximately per liter what Americans pay per gallon. Now, yes, if we cherry pick out, we should never compare national American averages to country averages. We can, but it's a really disingenuous discussion because, oh, you removed your TV license tax, so you guys just buried it under your regular taxes, so it's still there. You just don't know that it's there. Sounds about like a tax operation. And I'm not saying that Americans shouldn't be advocating for some things to look more like Europe, because we should. But we have states that have the population of some European countries. It is a hell of a lot easier to manage something at the state level than it is to manage something at the federal level. And Americans aren't getting that. And until they get that, all they want is they want that good shit from the other country. Right? Yeah, we have cities that have the population of some countries. The Chicago metropolitan area is approximately 8 million people. There's European countries with 6 million people. In Sweden, we at least we might pay a little for each appointment, 8 to 20, but after 200 spent, you don't pay appointment fees. Right. So you have a maximum allow of 200 for the year. But let's just do some math real quick, right? Population of Sweden is 10.6 million, right? Incidentally, 22.5 people per square kilometer. That's a pretty sparse population density. Now, this is the interesting point. Sweden doesn't have infinite free healthcare. So, Sweden, at $200 cap per person, right? Sweden pays in, their citizens pay in an additional, on top of their taxes, up to $2.1 billion. Right? That takes a huge load off of the medical system. Number one, you have a population of 10.6 million. Your needs to have a national healthcare system are smaller than the needs of the city of Chicago, the metropolitan area that is Chicago. You literally need a fraction of the doctors. And coupled with that, it is a hell of a lot easier to work with a population of 10.6 million and instill good, healthy habits. In Sweden, unless I'm wrong, Sweden is still one of those countries, you guys walk to a lot of things. Like, it is, your country is a lot like the city of Chicago. It is a pain in the butt to have a car and go everywhere with a car, because you're not designed to have personal vehicles for each and every absolute thing. You have, Denmark has more bikes than people. America, we have more guns than people. You have more bikes than people. And we wonder why overall Denmark might have a healthier population than America. Just saying. Doesn't make people happy, but I'm just saying. It was meant to be for the British Broadcasting Corporation, but they want to apply to every home now since we don't have satellite as a big thing anymore. Yeah. How much bike-on-bike crime does Denmark have? Only 15%. Only 15% of bicycle riders in Denmark wear a helmet. Denmark has 17,500 bicycle accidents each year, and 70% of those are single cyclist accidents related to alcohol or potholes. What the fuck is going on in Denmark right now that 70% of your accidents and they're related to alcohol or potholes? Those are some big, yeah, you guys drink a lot. But again, and I'm not saying that wanting an agenda of federal healthcare is a bad thing. I don't think it is a bad thing. I think it is a very, very good thing. But we have to understand it's going to take time. And we have to understand that in America, I see people every time I am at the ER. I will overhear people, if I'm conscious, I will overhear people talking about how they waited until after their doctor's office closed, because if they call their doctor's office and tell them they're sick, they'll get an appointment in 3 days. And then it gets logged that they have a pending appointment, and it can impact their insurance payout for their emergency room visit. So instead of even trying to get an appointment with their doctor, they just wait till their doctor's office closes and then go to the ER. Well, remember I said when you're trying to break apart a problem, you look at a situation and you're like, how many sub problems are there in this problem? So last week, my daughter was sick, and she was sick on Sunday, and she had Monday off, and by Tuesday, she wasn't feeling better, and on Tuesday, she asked to go to the doctor. Now, I couldn't have taken her to the doctor on Sunday. Doctor's office isn't open. Couldn't have taken her on Monday. Doctor's office wasn't open. Tuesday, she asked to go to the doctor. The only appointment they had was Wednesday at 10:40, and we were desperately trying to make it so Giz doesn't miss school, because I'm pulling her out of school here in like a week and a half. I'm taking her to Disney World for her, she's becoming a teenager. And what better way to celebrate becoming a teenager than at Disney World? But there was one doctor's appointment on Wednesday, and it was at 10:40. And then after that, they said, we can't see her. So on Wednesday, my kid was sick again, and we took her to the urgent care that's attached to her pediatrician's office. Pediatrician's office, the building they're in is like this. This is the doctor's office. Well, I shouldn't say her pediatrician. She sees my doctor. And then over here is an urgent care, all attached to the same building, all the same network. They were in and out in 25 minutes, including a 10-minute rapid strep test, which came back positive. And yet there are people, because I've talked to these people many times, they exist right there. And yet there are people that'll go and fill up the emergency room for over-the-counter sniffle, cold, I'm sick, I need antibiotics, shit. The emergency room is not the place you go to get antibiotics. The urgent care is. And yet we can't get it through people's heads on how you're supposed to access healthcare. So instead, you go to the emergency room and you make the emergency room miserable for everybody. Bike on Bike sounds like a motorcycle jousting, which is really cool, but I imagine it would involve a lot of deaths. Hey, sounds like a party. I'd like to take some of these people that have problems with each other, and I would like them to get involved in some bicycle jousting. Big thing here is we're living in a world right now that is completely fucked. For some people, their stomping points have become their identity markers. And when your idea becomes an ideology, and that ideology becomes your identity, then the problem is facts and logic stop applying, because now you have your id, your ego, and your super ego, and this exists to protect this from those. Look, man, I didn't create the science. I don't agree with all of it, but I definitely believe that people don't want to be told they're wrong. Look, I have said many times to my pastor growing up. My pastor didn't like the fact that I follow Catholic beliefs and I follow pagan beliefs. I'm half Catholic, I'm half pagan. My pastor tried to tell me you can't be that. And I said, I can. The rules don't say I can't. Well, you can only believe in one God. Where in Catholicism does it say that, sir? It says worship no gods before me. There is no God more important than me. Doesn't mean that there's not other ones. 20 years argued with the pastor. He finally, years and years later, said, you know what? I think you're onto something. We've got this whole movement I saw this past holiday season, people talking about let's put the Christ back in Christmas. And I'm like, folks, are you looking around America right now? I'm not worried about putting the Christ back in Christmas. I'm worried about putting the Christ back in Christian. What is it Jesus said? Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, render unto God that which is God. All these Christians that are out there protesting ICE up in Minnesota. Did you know I have not seen one interview yet. I have not seen one interview with one protester that can tell me that is articulated exactly what are they protesting that makes a damn bit of sense to me. What are you protesting? Because if you've been protesting for a year and 8 days since Donald Trump took office, if you've been protesting for 9 months since he started the aggressive deportation campaign, what precisely are you protesting? Like, I can make the argument for why, about why you should just let undocumented workers stay here. Because undocumented workers, I can make the argument for why they should stay. I should make the argument for why they should be removed. Because both sides have merit. Yeah, you're starting to see parts of the reasons why they should stay. Because they take jobs no American wants. Why is the meat going up in price? You think it's because we suddenly don't have cows or pigs or chickens? You think we're suddenly lacking animals? Now we are missing some chickens because of avian flu. A lot of chickens had to be put down. But you think there was a catastrophe that happened with ranchers? Ranchers didn't lose their herds. Ranchers are being told this meat processing plant is only running 2 shifts instead of 3 because we don't have workers to work the 3rd shift because they all got deported, or they won't come to work even though they have visas. And that's a really important thing. We have undocumented workers, we have documented workers, and we have migrant workers. And a lot of these people have decided to stay the fuck out of the country right now. I was reading one story about a guy who was given voluntary relocation by the judge. Voluntary removal, which is exactly what we want. We want people to go into court and say, I understand, I'll remove myself from the country. But instead of being let go to go home and get out, ICE scooped him up. Well, now you're paying to house him, paying to feed him if you're feeding him, and that's a human rights violation. If you're protesting the treatment of the detainees, 100% I'll get down with you on that one. But all of the bullshit the protesters are doing is slowing down the process because people keep claiming due process. Okay, their due process isn't being infringed upon. You only believe their due process is being infringed upon because you don't understand due process. Most people don't understand due process. Police officer walks up to you and orders you out of the car. Has he violated your rights? No. Why? Because the Supreme Court, the supreme law of the land, has ruled that all the officer has to say is, please step out of the vehicle for officer safety. That is it. It is not discussion. It is not debatable. It is the law says, because remember, we have 2 types of law. Well, we have 3 types of law. We have constitutional law, The Constitution, the 10 amendments, and the subsequent amendments, constitutional law. That is the core rule book. That is the 1.0 rule book. And then we have passed laws that have made their way through state or federal legislative branch, signed by the executive, and have not been challenged in the Supreme Court yet of the state or the country, or haven't made their way all the way through to the federal Supreme Court. And then we have procedural law, which is the law says X, but the courts have ruled you must apply it as X times Y, X minus Z, X in the shade of yellow, which is the law. It's precedent. For example, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. A well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of the state. A well-regulated militia, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. The problem there, right? There's a really big one is the word militia. Well, in 2008, I believe, off the top of my head, the Supreme Court ruled that that's no longer a requirement. So all these people that are arguing about it, they don't know what they're talking about. There is no threshold where state laws automatically become federal statutes. 34 is constitutional amendments. 2/3 of the state can call for a constitutional convention, and then 38 of the states have to ratify a amendment. What I think you might be talking is the momentum number is when about 34 states, give or take, have drafted up, done laws in a certain way, then generally what happens is that's the tipping point where the federal law will then catch up, because then we don't have 37 flavors of a law. We have a singular federal codified law that's a compromise between all of the states. We're getting close to that threshold on minimum wage, except where people think that a federal minimum wage is going to get changed and suddenly go up to $15 an hour. I know this is disheartening to people. I get it, and I don't want to be the bearer of the bad news, but this country cannot afford, this country simply cannot afford a federal minimum wage of $15 an hour. And the reason why we cannot afford a federal minimum wage of $15 an hour, I'm thinking $9.50 is where the minimum wage will bump to, so then it'll bring those states that are above federal minimum wage, because right now 30 states have a minimum wage above the federal minimum wage. And I don't have my notepad in front of me. It's not like I was preparing the segment, but a lot of those states aren't at $15. They're between $7.25 and $9. Yeah, $9.80, $10.25. I think it's going to be about $9.50. But I think what we're going to get is some stupid shit to confuse people. It's going to be like $9.57 an hour, because we couldn't have like a clean number, right? But again, this is where somebody says, I don't make enough, right? Minimum wage has got to go up, because at the end of the month, I only have $37 left, and I'm tired of working like a dog to have $37 left at the end of the month. Oh yeah, that's true. If we got rid of the pennies, we have to have a non-penny minimum wage. That's a good point. Well, you have $37 at the end of the month. And by the time you add in your rent, your child care, your gas, all that, yeah, you got a minimum wage increase. And for like 2 to 3 years, you might get some breathing room. But then when the new normal sets in, you're only going to have $29. a month. Can I tackle the bills the Dems want to pass in Virginia? What are they trying to pass in Virginia? Let's see. House Bill 863, which as it stands right now, would reduce mandatory minimum sentencing for certain offenses. Take, for example, driving under the influence. Right now in the Commonwealth, if your blood alcohol content is 0.15 or higher and it's a first-time offense, it also comes with a mandatory 5-day jail term. All right, first off, mandatory minimum sentencing. Mandatory minimum sentencing is a terrible idea because mandatory minimum sentencing is what causes the plea bargain machine to go. If you don't have a mandatory minimum sentence, then you can throw yourself at the mercy of the court and ask for leniency from the judge. However, the problem with leniency is you also, and I have absolutely 100%, I know this is bullshit, I know it shouldn't be this way, but the lawyer that I was reading with when I was pre-law, reading with a lawyer is, if people think good lawyers don't start apprenticing at a law office until after they graduate or until they're in law school, they don't understand. You start reading with a lawyer as soon as you decide you're going to go to law school. You start, shadowing a lawyer because you just have too much shit you have to learn. Barry, the lawyer that I shadowed, one day I went to the courthouse with him and he said, hey, I need you to go out to the payphone, call the office, tell the office to call the clerk so that the clerk interrupts court to tell them that I'm needed back at the office for a personal emergency. Whatever. So I go, I do what I'm told. Like 20 minutes later, they call. Barry's case gets a continuance. And I was like, well, this is some crooked shit. We're in the car, we're driving back to the office. I was like, okay, I did what you asked. Where's my learning piece? He's like, oh, I found out that the judge's brother, something, the other, passed away. Yeah. I don't want to be in front of the judge today. Why? Barry said, because judges are human too. Judges are human too. If the judge is having a shitty bad day, the judge should say, I'm having a shitty bad day. I need to take the day off. You don't know how the pendulum's going to swing on that one. Maybe the judge is having a shitty bad day and is going to be really lenient to move everything along and get all the shit off his docket so he can go home and grieve. Or maybe the judge is going to be in a shitty mood and give everybody the max and not take watered down plea bargains. And that's one of my first lessons in finding out that we have an adversarial judicial system. Minimum sentencing and maximum sentencing is a good thing because what it does is it takes out the subjective human factor where you get a person who got a DUI. Every person who gets a DUI should spend 5 days in jail. I don't think this is a bad plan because this is, as we keep saying, right? You fucked around. And unless you find out, then you're going to fuck around again. A 5-day minimum sentencing causes costs to the taxpayer. Absolutely. You got to process. You got to bring them in. It's an inconvenience. And I get that. It is an inconvenience. No doubt. But if you know the find out penalty is harsh and severe, less and less people are gonna fuck around. I was shocked when I was in tech school for the military. To me, drinking and driving is a no-brainer, no-no. Drinking and driving is a no-brainer, no-no, because people die. But yet, while I was in tech school, 6 airmen in the medical training squadron got DUIs. And it was my first interaction with the phrase in the military, one person shits their pants and everybody wears a diaper. I had my car down for the back half of tech school. Yeah, in med tech school. I was there for 42 weeks. Us and D-Lab have the longest, dental lab, have the longest schools. I was there for 42 weeks. So I was there long enough to see 6 different people get DUIs. But then I got more shit on, like, because they're like, well, you go out drinking. And I'm like, yeah, sometimes. Go out and I have a cocktail with my classmates every time we block up. Well, do you drive? Absolutely not. I jumped the bus. And the sergeants were like, you take the bus? It's like, yeah, it's free. But you have a car. Yeah. But I'm not going to get in trouble drinking and driving while I'm in tech school. Because that's dumb. Now, living in this dorm for 42 weeks is making me want to drink. Absolutely. I don't think a minimum sentencing for drinking and driving is a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. We need to have better fuck around penalties so people stop fucking around. The bill said individuals can defend themselves in court against the felony charge of assault on a police officer by showing they had a mental illness or an intellectual or developmental disability. What the fuck? Okay. I'm gonna sound like Asmongold here. We need to bring back the institutes for the mentally ill. It does, if you cannot conduct yourself in public, then your mental illness, they're saying mental illness is a legitimate legal defense. Fuck, folks. I'm about to start a revolution out of Virginia because I'll turn around and I'll say, well, my mental illness led me to do it. Yeah, you have 2 mental illnesses. How did that shit work? Into the insane asylum with you. This is the same approach they've taken for years for drug court and more recently for veterans in Fairfax County, focusing more on helping with mental health. Okay, I'm going to be the first person to say this, and if my brethren from the military with mental health issues don't like me, then I'm not really your brethren. You learned in the military that this is a fact. And a fact is a fact is a fact is a fact, right? The problem is, this is the event. The event is right here. If you use this fact before the event, it's a reason. If you use this same fact after the event, it's an excuse. I have PTSD. I remove myself from situations of intense conflict before I pop. I reach into my pocket, I grab a bottle of hydroxyzine. I take 2, I can take 2 hydroxyzine without water. And I walk away. Now, I've had people in public after I've turned and walked away, and I have a pair of meta glasses. I don't know where they are at the moment. They're around somewhere. But I have a pair of meta glasses now. Because I can either reach up and touch my glasses and start recording, or I can say, hey, Meta, start recording, and Meta will start recording. That way, what I see, I could be holding a camera, but my glasses have a camera built into them. Therefore, what you're seeing is my perspective. I've had people, as I turn my back to walk away from a conflict, I've had people shove me in the back. So I just keep walking. I've also had people shove me in the back, and much like Jason Statham from, Homefront, I see the hit coming and I grab their arm and I pull them forward in front of me, and they end up getting a pavement facial, and the video shows I was defending myself. My mental illness does not give me a get out of jail free card to just run around and act like an asshole. I'm not against mitigating circumstances, and I'm not against helping veterans with their mental health care. Because remember, we talk about all these boxes that need to be fixed. That's a big giant one of them. That's why I'm distracted with my phone right now. A veteran didn't get their care yesterday, and it took us 5 months to get this veteran their mental health appointment. The veteran, just not to give too much information, the veteran was on a mental health regimen for life preservation. That is, they believe this individual was going to unalive themselves. So the medication they're on is there to be guardrails, but it was crisis guardrails. The problem is their provider left the VA during the shutdown, and then their file jacket got handed off to another doctor, and that doctor didn't have availability to see everybody, so the doctor did one round of 90-day refills for everybody. You don't put somebody on a guardrail medication regimen on a 90-day refill. I'm going to give you a for example. For example, I'm on a 90-day refill, except this past mental health appointment, we tweaked my meds a little bit, so that sparks an immediate 30-day follow-up. If I had been put on a benzodiazepine again, it would have sparked a 21-day follow-up. The VA is so overwhelmed, they can't help people with mental health. So let's fix this problem for a second. You have the veteran, and they need access to the VA mental health clinic. But they can't get there because of obstacles. And these obstacles need lawmakers, and only lawmakers can fix these three obstacles. So because the vet isn't getting the help they need, the vet commits a crime, and then instead of wanting to hold the vet accountable, this big accountability, Democratic lawmakers, instead of creating a state program that helps mitigate these obstacles, they want to get them a free pass on it. Who the hell that who the hell is that helping? It's not helping anybody at all. 1 second. Yeah. So everybody wants to put the effort right here into fixing this. This is not where the effort needs to go. The effort needs to be here so that this obstacle has a path cut through it so the veteran can get access to the help they need. Because guess what those crimes have? And I want to know why Democratic lawmakers hate the cops so bad. Proposed by Delegate Vivian Watts of Fairfax County, the bill said individuals can defend themselves in court against a felony charge of assault on a police officer by showing they had a mental illness or an intellectual or developmental disability. Okay. So now my PTSD made me do it. This is the same shit that I'm sorry, but I hear people say I self-diagnosed myself with autism. You what? You self-diagnosed with autism? How? Because I went 40 years without my diagnosis of Asperger's syndrome. Luckily, I had an old school diagnostician who said, we don't diagnose people with Asperger's syndrome anymore because it's no longer in the DSM-5, but you are a walking, talking textbook example of Asperger's syndrome. Here you go. Have your sticker. And I was like, I don't have Asperger's syndrome. I'm just antisocial. And my diagnostician was like, yes, I see that. I really do. You've been diagnosed as antisocial. You've been diagnosed as anhedonic. You're not those things. My quality of life is better. I'm a loner. I've always been a loner. I've always been a loner. I don't give a shit. I like being alone. I have a spouse who understands. I like being alone. Like, you call me, hey, trash needs to go out. On my way. Trash, my job. Hey, snow needs to be shoveled. Hey, my job. Man, outside work. Now, I've never said my daughters can't shovel snow. You want to shovel it? Do it. But we're not. You can play in the snow. You don't play in the snow in the driveway. If you want to shovel the snow and you want to earn extra money, then you go out there. You do it right. You do it the way I showed you. We don't play with the snow on the driveway. We shovel the driveway. We shovel the sidewalks. You want to build a snowman? You want to be fucking Elsa and Anna? Like, do you want to build a snowman? Go away, Anna. We're building a fucking snowman. You want to grab your older sister by the hand and take her outside? Tell her you're building a fucking snowman? You do that. Have at. But this is ridiculous. This is a focused, rigorous program that typically is more than a year in length, which emphasizes getting the individual the right sources of help and support. Said this thing is happening across the country this way. It's not up to the prosecutor, but instead it puts it into the hands of juries and judges to make these types of sentencing decisions. Eliminating sentences for individuals with autism or mental illness remains conscientious and in public safety circles. Okay, first of all, I really, really, really hate this phrasing. It bothers me so fucking much. With autism or mental illness. Autism is not a mental illness. So it's not an either or. Up here you got it right, where you said it up here. A mental illness or an intellectual or developmental disability. Correct. But this is also incorrect because mental illness or intellectual or developmental disability, now you haven't used a word that encapsulates autism yet. Autism is not an intellectual disability. Autism is not a developmental disability. It can be, which is why what we did to autistic people in the DSM-5 and the ICD-11 is morally reprehensible. If you're not familiar with this, we have put autism on a single spectrum. That's why it's called autism spectrum disorder. And there is an arbitrary line, level 1, level 2, and then requiring support. So you're high functioning level 2 autistic with requiring support. you're a low functioning level 1 autistic requiring support. They put you on one spectrum. It needs to go work, home, school, communication, self-care. School is education. Work, home, school, communication, self-care. There's 3 more. They're slipping my mind. Oh, interpersonal relationships. This will come to me. The ODLAs, the ordinary daily life activities. Self-care. Work. I need to get a pen. I've been saying it for years. But each one of these things needs to be a spectrum. You have low communication skills. That doesn't mean you're low functioning in school. It means school needs to be you need to have accommodations for your schooling. We need to, and again, it bothers me when people talk so casually about this. From a policing perspective, officers generally want offenders held accountable, and frustration grows when individuals are released and subsequently reoffend. That said, police are typically pragmatic and recognize the role of mitigating circumstances in sentencing decisions. This is the wrong solution to the problem. This is very much radically, you have a splinter in your big toe, so they cut off your foot. Well, they solved the problem of you having a splinter in your toe. Hold on, this person's kind of blowing up my phone. So, let's see what else are they trying to do. Oh, it's just those two? So this is a classic example of... there are 4 more bills according to the Post, and next it gets worse. Okay, let's take a look. Virginia Democrat proposes bill to change nonprofit oversight. 1369. This story is a mass miss by the left, as 0% is from left-leaning media. What the fuck is this? 100% right coverage. Holy fuck. I didn't even know this was going to happen. This right here makes this website a fucking rag right here. You're upset because it's missing the left perspective. We need to get the fucking politics out of news. We need to, I know news doesn't stand for notable events, weather, and sports. I know it doesn't stand for that. But holy fuck, we need to make the news stand for notable events, weather, and sports again. We need to have 60 minutes of news every day with zero political correspondence, zero political spin. The hosts are not allowed to wear blue. They're not allowed to wear red. They can't have blue accents, no blue ties, no red scarves, no nothing. No blue hair, no red hair. Sorry, red hair is not sexier than a redhead. But we need to get the politics out of news because people are fucking dumb. We're living in a social media dystopian hell, And it comes from, it literally comes from the news starting with it. It's fucking terrible. Let's see what they have to say. Virginia State Delegate Jessica Anderson, a Democrat. Okay, this, let me start here. Remember, I have awards in journalism from college. This is shitty writing to begin with, and it's biased writing. So, Democratic Virginia State Delegate Jessica Anderson, or Virginia State Delegate Jessica Anderson, parentheses D. You don't need to put this style of writing where you include something inside of 2 commas. Remember, I know, I'm taking you all the way back to high school English. If it's inside of 2 commas in a sentence, 90% of the time it is completely removable and will not change the meaning of the sentence. Is that true here? Virginia State Delegate Jessica Anderson proposed House Bill 1369. It damn well indeed is true. Which would prevent the state from verifying non-profit eligibility for federal benefits. No state agency responsible for the administration of federal funds shall impose a requirement on a nonprofit charitable organization providing a federal public benefit to determine, verify, or otherwise require proof of eligibility on any applicant for such benefits. No state agency responsible for the administration of federal funds No state agency shall impose a requirement on a nonprofit charitable organization to determine, verify, or otherwise require proof of eligibility on any applicant for such benefits. Hold on. Let's clean this up. Now that no state agency shall impose a requirement to determine, verify, or otherwise require proof of eligibility. Do you see what the Democrats want to do? And I'm not picking on the Democrats because I don't like Democrats. I'm picking on the Democrats because the Democrat introduced this. What the fuck do you mean a state agency shall not require a nonprofit to determine, verify, or otherwise require proof of eligibility? That's how the fuck we know if you get the money. Hey man, this fund is for former Twitch streamers who wear top hats. More fraud, I guess. Well, it is about fraud. So again, there is a point where it becomes about optimization and streamlining. And there is a point where it becomes about fraud prevention. Like later on in the show, I'm going to show a video about landlords if we get around to it. We don't always go to where I want to go, which is fine. I remember how much ass pain it was when I was buying up multi-unit buildings and flipping them. Because before I got into renting, I ran a flipping crew. I was the money man, the plan man, the design guy. I wasn't the go in and do it. I'm not a day laborer. I'm not a tradesman. I have friends that do that. I would buy a property, sit down with at the time, the fiance, not the woman I'm married to. She would take pictures of the place, and then in basically a day, she would sketch up ideas about what we would do to, using the least amount of money, create the most profitable return. And then I would have my crew go in and knock it out. I had one set of guys that were honestly lukewarm IQs. They had day jobs. They would go to the job site after their day job, And it would take them 1, 2, 3 days usually to gut the building. I'm not gonna pay the guys that build walls and do sheetrock and pull wire and do conduit and do plumbing. I'm not paying those guys $28 to $35 an hour to do demo work. At the time, I'm paying the guys double minimum wage to do the demo work, to rip out the carpet that's covered in cat piss, right? I'm not doing that, but they got paid. This gets into a whole discussion about who really generates the wealth. The guy at the top does. I know people don't like that, but it's the guy at the top. And we would flip these units, but it was a pain in the ass because it could take me 3 weeks to get the permits. So I buy the property, and this is just the dog shit that we have in society. I close on the place on the 31st. So on the 1st, I get control of the building. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, my crew is in there and they've done the demo work, which I don't need a permit for. Doing demo work, until I start tearing down walls and shit, I don't need a permit. To rip out, how can I put this? To rip out the last 10% of the project, I don't need a permit. Because that's just dressings. It's carpet, it's baseboarding, it's, fixtures. I don't need a permit for that. But it takes 21 days sometimes to get the permit. Meaning from the 4th until the 22nd, I'm sitting around with my thumb up my ass. Can't do any work on the building. And yet then, in the same time, I have the village coming along, and we're doing all the stuff we can do without permits. We're doing the landscaping. We're doing what we can. When do you need permits? Load-bearing shit, external modifications. Load-bearing shit, external modifications, electrical system upgrades, furnace upgrades, water heater installs, which, in my opinion, that's just a shitty bullshit way for them to charge you an extra $25. And so when you plan on doing a furnace and a water heater and changing out the fuse box for a breaker box, at that point, they say you can't pull 3 same-day quick permits. You need to pull a full project permit. Well, so now you're busting my chops because I've got this 4-family unit that's vacant, but you won't give me a fucking expedited permit. I can't come to you and say, hey, look, guys, you see this Pendaflex binder that's full of like the other 19 times I've done this? 0 violations. You won't give me a quick turn permit. So instead, we're going to sit with another unit for a whole month. And then I'm done. So say I get my permit on the 22nd and we're done by the 15th of the next month. Now I got 2 more fucking weeks of vacancy while I'm waiting for the building inspector and the occupancy inspector. Talk about fucking corruption and inefficiency. Why do you have a building inspector and an occupancy inspector? I know why you have it. Because one guy's looking for, is the building built to International Building Code, Universal Building Code, State Building Code, County Building Code? Like, for example, in my house, are the load-bearing walls in the right place? Is the plumbing all at the right angle? Is the electrical box wired properly? But then we have an occupancy inspector who looks for specific things. Oh, your furnace and hot water heater is on the same level as the sleeping quarters. So you have to have an exhaust fan that runs 20 minutes out of every 60-minute interval. Now you can have it run 20 minutes at a time, or it can turn on 4 times in an hour. Yeah, you got to eat 2 months of an occupation plus the cost of the repairs and then make profit off the deal. And then people get mad. They're like, well, I can't believe you bought that place for $100,000, put $50,000 into it, and you're selling it for $275. Well, first of all, is it worth $275? Can I get 4 families to each buy a unit? Yeah, then it's worth $275. Can I get is there a landlord that can charge $1,500 a month for each unit, yeah, okay, then it's worth that. People get mad because people are like, I saw one guy say you shouldn't be able to charge more than 75% of the mortgage in rent. Can't charge more than 75% of the mortgage in rent, then who the fuck pays for the building? Well, then, if landlords didn't own these single family homes, people would have to sell them. Yeah. Yeah, what would happen if you bought the damn thing and then brought contractors to come out and do what you did? Would that cost $170,000? Well, and it wouldn't, but the problem is you don't have a crew set up that can do this. Like, and I am not one to say, like, I get it. Building costs me $100,000. Renovations cost me $50,000. Technically my cost total for the project is $150,000. I'm not even going to factor in the 2 months rent. And if you say a 25% markup is a fair margin of error, then $187,500 is what that house should go for. And I absolutely recognize that. Let me do this a little bit neater so people can, so that we can talk about the other side of it. So cost of the building, $50,000 in upgrades. My costs are $150,000. I'm making a 25% profit. $187,500. And there are people that are saying anything above $187,500 is just pure greed. Okay. Where's my profit? Because remember, I need money to do this project. I need money for the next project. And I need money to live my life. I'm flipping a house to buy the next house, to buy the next house. Cleaning up neighborhoods, one house at a time. Getting rid of the fucking crack lot, empty lot bullshit, building houses on them. People are like, oh, well, you sold the unit for $250. Yeah? Because let me tell you something. When I'm doing 40 to 60 hour weeks, I sure as shit ain't doing 40 to 60 hour weeks for minimum wage. But you made all that profit. You made $37,500 profit. Right. But now you factor in that I carried the loan for 2 months. So that ate away some of the $37,500. Well, then what you should do is you should put all of your costs on it and add 25% to it. Yeah, I did. That's how I got to $247,500, and I just rounded it to $250 for nice numbers. People don't understand, like, well, your costs were $50,000. You're right, my costs were $50,000. Except I have $250,000 in tools. We have multiple saws. We have sets of hammers. We have sets of toolboxes. We have a shop that we build cabinets at. So I have rent on a shop. What people don't get is, like my father used to say, can you do it? No. Then you have to pay the other guy what the other guy wants to do it. Yeah, because people don't get this. You have different types of saws. You don't cut wood with a tile saw. Shit, you have 2 or 3 different types of tabletop wood cutting saws. Then you have hand tools, hand saws. And I'm not talking about, furniture makers or people making really nice shit. I'm talking about, and sure, some people are going to say, well, if you're a good carpenter, you can take your one saw and you can reconfigure it to do all the work. You're right, you can. You absolutely can. No doubt. But that's time. Why do you have one saw set up for doing, framing, and one saw set up for doing baseboard? Because it's a different fucking saw. It's a different blade entirely. You ain't cutting baseboard with a rough saw. So we have 3 saws. Yeah, I thought all you needed was a sawzall. Yeah. Shit. I wonder why in my reverberating saw kit, my wife laughed. My wife is great. My wife is a mechanic's daughter, so she kind of gets it sometimes. I opened up my reverberating saw. I broke a blade. I was in the back of the house. And I said to my wife, I said, go get me another saw. And she brought me a saw. And this says metal. And she's like, well, it's a saw. I said, can you just bring me a whole case, please? So she goes and she brings me the whole case, and I open it up and I unroll. If you've ever seen a reverberating saw kit, you usually have like old fucking roll of saw blades, and they're there, and you're like wood, metal, other, generic, right? And she's like, why do you have so many blades? I said, depends on what I'm cutting. Well, you have different wood blades. Yeah. Am I cutting a tree down? I don't give a shit about the cut. Am I cutting something fine? I have blades this long, this long, this long. What am I cutting? That's what people don't get. So people want to comment on this shit, right? Our proposition follows a fraud scandal in Minnesota linked to nonprofits that misuse taxpayer funds, where billions were reported lost. At least 78 individuals were charged in the Minnesota fraud case known as Feeding Our Future scandal, leading to increased scrutiny on taxpayer money. Critics argue the bill could replicate Minnesota's fraud issues in Virginia. Well, yeah. I'm going to just leave this up real quick. Yes, of course it's going to replicate fraud if you're not verifying who's eligible. Okay, so the thing is people talk about, well, we shouldn't need laws for this because people are good people. They're moral people. No, the fuck they're not. People are not moral. Where does morality come from? You either have your own internal ethics and values, or you have an external locus of control and morality. The trick to this is you take the 10 commandments. I'm gonna break the commandments down into a little bit different of a grouping than you've probably never seen before. The first 4 commandments, 3 are about God, 1 is about your family. And then you have castle, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then you have your neighbor. Castle, kill, adultery, steal, lie. And then you have coveting your neighbor's wife and coveting your neighbor's goods. Let's be honest for a second, okay? Let's be honest. You don't need the last 2 commandments. You don't need them. They are redundant. If you're not supposed to covet your neighbor's wife, well, that's covered by adultery. If you're not supposed to covet your neighbor's goods, that's covered by stealing. So why did the religious leadership 6,000 years ago have 10 commandments? Right? Because this is the thought. This is the action. And the reason why honor thy mother and father is because if we start you off at the beginning of the commandments and we say honor your mother and father, and we tell you at the end of the commandments control your thoughts, then the 4 in the middle are what we really don't want people doing. It was 15, and then I bring you these 15. Shit. These 10 commandments. Ultimately, Jesus sums it up in one commandment. Yeah, it's two. It's love thy God with all thy heart and do unto others as I have done unto you. Yes, exactly. Honor thy mother and father. Honoring from the era that it was written wasn't to obey them. It was part of it, but it was to bring positive reflection. Do not do anything that sullies the family name. I was having an interesting conversation with Karthos about this, where I think for all the hate and shit Muslims get, they more encapsulate family values and family honor than the so-called honorable European families ever did. And the joke I say is, you've got my granddaughter. I don't have a nickname for this granddaughter yet, but I get this granddaughter. I'm gonna call her, I don't know what I'm gonna call her. I'm gonna just call her granddaughter. In Europe, she would say she's granddaughter of America. Well, that doesn't really help. America's a really big place. So you didn't say I'm from a country. So you should be like granddaughter of Wessex. Well, that doesn't help because there's 18 people with your name in Wessex. So then their naming convention was that your father's name was included. Well, it still didn't help because you're one of 18 people with this name and your father's name is so common, nobody knows who the fuck you're talking about. The Arabian people, I won't say Muslims, I'll say the Arabian people. If you watch the 13th Warrior, even, getting all the way back to like the person you're supposed to know. It's like, so here's daughter, bint stripper, bint Jalan. And they're like, oh, this is a nobody, daughter of a stripper, daughter of Jalan. Oh, that fucker with the 5,000 camel cavalry. Don't fuck with him. He's fucking crazy. We know who he is. They kept family values. Native Americans kept family values. If you've never studied Native Americans understand tribal values. Well, they're tribal and they're savages. No, all human beings are tribal. So all human beings are tribal. And if you don't understand the psychology behind that, then the laws are never going to make sense. No agency responsible for the administration of federal funds shall impose a requirement on a nonprofit charitable organization to determine, verify, or otherwise require proof of eligibility. Well, that's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. How are you not going to determine eligibility? Shit, man, to go into the military, they determine your eligibility 9 ways from Sunday. Let's see. Holy fuck, there's how many fucking ads can we put on this thing? Your political profile. Take a test. No, thank you. House Democrats are trying to move one of the most consequential changes in a generation through the General Assembly on a fast track with little notice, the wrong committee, and language that obscures what the bill does. What unfolded last Thursday wasn't routine procedure. It was a scramble to advance a redistricting amendment before Virginians had a fair chance to see it, understand it, or weigh in. "30 minutes before the meeting, they posted the agenda, a bill that would authorize a vote on the redistricting constitutional amendment. Today's bill combines several things that would usually have been in multiple bills: funding for the special election, the ballot explanation language, and the repeal of a requirement to post notices for amendments in all of Virginia's local courthouses." Okay, so this is the sort of shit that governments do that is corrupt as fuck. First of all, we don't need these really big super bills. We need each bill to be voted on its own merit. Hey, Jalan, what's up? You're the representative for a city district. Yeah. So you don't give a shit about cows. Nope. Well, I don't give a shit about cities. So let's make a deal. Every time you have a policy that doesn't affect farms, but only affects cities, just let me know how I'm voting. And at the same time, every time I have a bill that doesn't involve cities and only involves farms, you vote how I'm voting. Oh, cool. No problem. That is not how that is supposed to work. If farms in your state need money, then every lawmaker should be involved in the process of making sure farms in your state don't fail. If cities in your state need programs, then every lawmaker should be involved. Why is the state of Illinois in such a fucked up state? Because Chicago public schools are Chicago public schools. States need electoral college. No, they don't. Electoral college wouldn't help states at all, because you basically already have the electoral college for your state, because you don't vote on all the representatives in your state. You vote for the representative for your district, which is the way it should be. That way your political leader knows who their constituency is. But the problem is, we don't. Again, everybody wants their issue to be the number one issue. Chicago public schools are failing. Well, for years and years and years and years and years, the Chicago public schools have been a complete fucking dump. Now the city of Chicago wants the state of Illinois to give them more money for schools and buses? Fuck you. You're one of the 5 richest cities in the country, and you're so fucking dumb, you sold your parking meters to a Chinese company for like a 30 or a 50-year lease because you needed a quick infusion of cash? What is wrong with you? You can't keep the Chicago Bears in the city because Soldier Field is old as shit and it's not conducive to how the city has grown. Europe, for all of Europe saying we have these great things, part of the great things you have is because your cities are hundreds of years old. Hundreds. 500 plus years old. Your cities were kind of laid out. America is still a baby in regards to... America is a toddler in terms of national development. Part of our problem, I know Europeans don't like it when I say it, you don't have to like it, but you have to accept the reality. Why is America basically the fucking modern day Sparta? Because America has been at fucking war for the majority of its existence. America is a nation born of blood. If you're not aware of this, America is 250 years old. I'm jumping us ahead. It's really not. America is really not 250 years old. The idea of America is 250 years old. Remember, we had a bunch of years under the Articles of Confederation, which was a completely different government. But why is America the modern Sparta? Because out of 250 years, 225 years of our existence has been war. We were a nation that started, right? The Revolutionary War was 8 years. 8 years. 1775 to 1783. Right? In 1798, we had a war with France. We had armed conflict with France. And some people would say, oh, well, you had 15 years of peace in there. No, we didn't. We had 15 years of Articles of Confederation. This shit isn't working. This shit isn't working. Let's write a constitution. I've been invited to the Constitutional Convention. We get to 1812 to 1815, the War of 1812. 1846, the Mexican-American War. 61 to 65, the Civil War. 98, the Spanish-American War. 1899 to 1902, the Philippine-American War. America started in 1776. And our first period, our first long period of peace was until 1902. And we only got that until 1917. Holy shit. You wonder why America is so military minded? It's because we are a nation of Gravy SEALs and MEAL Team 6. But we have been at war for 93%, war or armed conflict, for 93% of our history. Let me tell Europe something, and they're not gonna. Europeans who come and get, an American's perspective. You need to let your brethren who are doing this saber rally of we can fight America and win. No, the fuck you motherfucker can't. But I want you to realize this is a country that killed the majority, killed or wounded the majority of its people to fight the other half of its own people. 350,000 Union soldiers dead to end slavery. We'll fight each other. We don't give a fuck. Nobody, up until that point, America kicked off. We had all these wars and armed conflicts. Nobody could give us a good fight, so we fought ourselves. That's how fucking batshit crazy we are. And you want to pick a fight with us? What the motherfucker are you thinking? I don't want to pick a fight with us. I sure as shit want this nonsense to stop because I don't like, hey, what's your readiness status? I'm fat, overweight, old, I can barely walk, can't feel my hands, can't feel my feet, and I'm a drug addict. The only way that I can make it through the day without being on benzodiazepine is to use weed. My old general got recalled back to active duty. My old general was like, start thinking about it. I was like, there's no way. I'm a drug addict. I have a medical marijuana card. I use weed every day instead of being on benzos and pain pills. She was like, well, then I'll throw you in a 6-week detox program where all you're going to do is eat, sleep, PT, physical fitness, and repeat. You'll have daily therapy. We'll get you clean. We'll get you sober. You'll pass the psych eval. Hey, can everybody just calm the fuck down for a second? I don't want that. I'm not interested in that. But that's we're about to be at war, and I don't want that. That's some bullshit. All right? This is people are making these statements or these videos, and guys that are making these, you need to shut this shit down because these videos make it seem like you have a chance.
How does the EU's naval and air military stack up against the US?
Look at that staggering fucking figure. The first one out the box. Look at this staggering figure. Right off the bat. All of the EU combined has less than half of our total aircraft. All of the EU combined. all of the whole fucking thing combined, you have less fighter aircraft than we do. And I'm going to talk about fighter aircraft in a second because it was unreal. You have less fighter aircraft than we do. We train your pilots. You're linked into our F-35 global weapons system. You use our GPS. We have more of better. Look at that fucking number. And again, we have more than double and we have better. I don't know why people ever include this. Transport aircraft, for me as a logistician, is an important thing. But we have more airlift capability than all of Europe combined. This is a huge one. That number right there, people don't understand the value of that. We only have to shoot down 180 tanker aircraft, and then you can't even fight us from Europe anymore. We can... This isn't a brag, it isn't a boast, it's a fucking reality check. Without the pilot landing, aircraft from California, without landing, combat-ready aircraft can fly direct to Europe. It puts the pilot at the end of their flight day, but they can't land and take back off. But we can tanker that shit all across America, all across the ocean. This is where it gets spicy. Not this one. This is another dumb statistic. So this one is where Europeans start to say, oh, well, we have a larger fleet than you do. 6 million tons of aircraft, or of naval, 6 million tons of naval vessels, of military naval vessels. You'll notice you have a lot of you have a lot of ships. Four to one on destroyers. This is the other number Europeans have been sending me. A couple of things on this stat right here. We have 70 submarines that we admit to. I'm going to say that again. We have 70 submarines that we admit to. Either way, Europe combined, the European Union combined, mostly England. Yeah, that's only nuclear attack submarines. That's all of your submarines versus our nuclear attack submarines. We have other shit. And most of yours knock. We're like, yep, they're over there. Well, ours run silent. Well, I hate when people say that shit. They're like, well, ours run silent. Well, I guess ours run more silent then, because we know where you are. We have 11 aircraft. Well, we have 12 aircraft carriers. People need to stop this shit. And here's the Canadians, and I love the Canadians. I do. I love you guys. I love you. I do. But some of your brethren are talking a lot of that schmack. The Gripen costs $85 million and has a max speed of Mach 2.0. The F-35 costs $120 million, has a max speed of Mach 1.6. We're going to take a real quick tour of a weapons system real quick. You see this right here? This gives you a radar cross-section of a 747. Because you've got this really big honking external weapons pod or fuel tank on the bottom of your jet. So when radar hits it, the radar comes back and they're like, holy shit, that thing's huge. Number 2, this is a stealth. This is... We're not even comparing apples to apples. This is a 4.5 gen. This is a 5th gen. This has some amazing weapon systems. Where if it operates domestically, the Canadian people are like, oh, well, our aircraft fly faster and they can go farther. We showed you the number. We have 4 times as many tankers as you have. We refuel in the air. Yeah, the Gripen is premier domestic defense aircraft. It is. It absolutely is. It integrates amazingly with a lot of domestic defense systems. The F-35 integrates a lot of offensive combat systems. We have got to get somebody on this planet has got to just stroke Trump's ego for a second and tell all the other world leaders, stop rattling the saber, because if he lets his military off the chain, he's going to fuck us all up. And this is the sad reality. Every aircraft carrier we have, it's not about how much damage our aircraft, and I'm not talking about the strike group, I'm talking about just the carrier. Yeah, you get up in the air, get to where you need to be, and turn every SAM site in the country of Sweden into your own personal missile launcher. The Gripen does the same thing in air-to-air combat that the Apache does. If you're not familiar with the Apache weapons system is designed when you use all 3 components of it. Really great movie on this is Firebird to show one part of it. It's a Tommy Lee Jones, Nicolas Cage movie. It does a good job for being a movie. But the Apache, people forget the Apache weapons system isn't just the helicopter. It's the tank that goes with it, and it's the other helicopter that goes with it. That's a 3-piece weapon system. The little helicopter is Little Eye, and it is a fast maneuverable aircraft that carries no weapons. But it has a big laser turret on the top that links to the Apache pilot's eye monocle. Well, it links to the camera. They can get data off the eye monocle. They don't have to be able to see their target when they fire a Hellfire from the Apache. The laser link from Little Eye grabs that Hellfire, and basically what the Apache is saying is, I'm firing a missile, transferring control of that missile to Little Eye, and Little Eye will paint the target. Apache carries 64 Hydras and 8 Hellfires. If there's a tank nearby that's linked into the weapons link, the Apache is like, I'm hitting a ground target with a Hellfire. I don't want to waste one of my onboards. I'm going to tell the tank over there to fire a Hellfire, and then once it's in the air, I'm going to grab a hold of the missile and I'm going to hit the ground target. That's what the Gripen does. Very, very smart play. You're not going to invade Sweden. We would probably struggle a little bit to invade Sweden. A little bit. The problem is, what Phelan said is, all those ground-based SAM sites become personal missile launchers. So what do we do from the carrier? We're going to fire Tomahawks, and we're going to take out all your SAM sites. When it comes to an American aircraft carrier, the scary as shit piece is that it isn't about the firepower the carrier brings to the fight. It's literally how many minutes does it take the carrier, and only the carrier, to destroy a city or all of your military bases. All of your military bases. How long would you predict will be until the next strike on Iran? We don't have a reason to strike Iran right now. A military strike against Iran right now does nothing to help the protesters in Iran. Military strike against Iran right now makes America their enemy as well. You cannot airstrike in support of protests. Airstrikes are specifically designed for denial of resources. Deny you radar, deny you surface-to-air missiles, deny you water, deny you power, deny you communications, deny you command and control, nuclear weapons enrichment, runways, the ability to refuel ships. You can't really airstrike a country in support of peaceful protests or civil disobedience. I shouldn't call them peaceful protests because they're not peaceful. You can't support with long-range missiles a civil disobedience movement. You simply can't. But yeah, people need to, everyone keeps saying Trump is so easy to manipulate, you just have to stroke his ego. Until it comes time to do it, and suddenly they're incapable of giving Trump a participation Nobel Peace Prize to get a better outcome in Greenland. So I wouldn't say Donald Trump deserved the Nobel Peace Prize. If we start giving megalomaniacs Nobel Peace Prizes, then the entire point of peace is gone. I think what needs to happen is some European leader, like I think the leadership of Poland, I think the leadership of Poland would be a really good a really good example where they should come out and say, look, guys, this is the shit we bought that they sold us. And they have laws that say they have better shit than this that they can't sell us. Poland has literally said, they're not fucking with the US. They're not, Poland knows better. They're like, fuck, nope, not doing it. Do the what's your question specific? Oh no, I have your old one up. Does the Iranian resistance have any kind of leadership that's specified what kind of help they're looking for? Well, unfortunately, we can't help them because if we try to help them and we fuck it up, it's going to make things worse. I'm trying to grab an answer to your other question. The protesters are not about. Some people are saying that they want Reza Pahlavi. I'm pronouncing that wrong. I apologize. I don't do Persian names. He's the last son of the Shah of Iran who was overthrown in 1979. There are some Iranian protesters who want him to return, but the problem is some people want. Okay. If there was a revolution in America, some people would undoubtedly want me to be the new leader. Some people would want Asmongold. Some people would want, Donald Trump Jr. Some people would want, yeah, that's a puppet right there if he sits. Yeah, they want, well, he's not a prince. Not exactly. Kind of, sort of. But what you're saying is, oh yeah, Come On Bunny has a 10 stream streak. Nice. The problem becomes, what are you, when Iran falls, what's the future of Iran? What future are they going to have? What direction are they going to go? Not one of the people who shout Nazi every time they get a chance, but Hitler got one and look what happened. So why give it to someone who's just as unpredictable as Hitler? Adolf Hitler never received a Nobel Peace Prize. Adolf Hitler was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize as a form of satirical protest. But no, Adolf Hitler was never given a Nobel Peace Prize. But no, we've got a lot of problems in the world, and people don't know. People don't even have the first inkling to how we're going to solve them. Not even the first inkling, because people aren't interested in solving the problems. People are interested in complaining about the problems. I'm going to play this real quick. It may loop. I will be right back.
And that's how brazen they lie when they know we've seen the truth. That's how they lie when they know we know. Imagine how they lie when there's no evidence to contradict them. And maybe that more than anything explains why Alex Preddy really was a threat. Because he was brandishing a weapon. A handheld, aluminum, 1080p, 60 FPS weapon of mass illumination. Because there is nothing more dangerous to a regime predicated on lies than witnesses who capture the truth. And that's how brazen they lie when they know we've seen the truth. That's how they lie when they know we know. Imagine how they lie
politicians
when there's no...
get away with lying all the time because nobody calls them out on it. Remember during the election, Kamala Harris said, and as of right now, we don't have any American military members serving in hostile environments. And those 4 guys made a video that they got their fucking asses kicked for making, but they still made it. And they said, well, if nobody's in hostile environment, then what are we doing here? We have got to stop the bullshit. The vice president gets an ops tempo briefing every single morning. The vice president of the United States gets a purse tempo briefing every single morning. Why? Because they get a classified intel briefing, they get an ops tempo and a purse tempo briefing, and then I don't know what the shit else they get because I only know the military side of it. The president and the vice president get a military status update briefing every single morning. Now, I've been told, never been in the room, I've been told that sometimes the president gets handed the slides and just sets them to the side and says, I don't need to hear from you today. Because the president, I know it's a fictional TV show, but it is an accurate reflection. The president, if you look at the president's calendar, the president will have people in his office. He will have 3 overlapping 45-minute meetings all going on in his office at the same time. Now, I'm good, but I'm not that fucking good. I'm not that good. I can't have 3 completely unrelated conversations happening where I'm supposed to, like, I don't need you all to talk to me about, I don't need to sit here and babysit as you crosstalk. I need you to come in, and if you can't put together a well-written memo, then you suck ass. What I need is you 1 minute. You 1 minute. And when people say 1 minute isn't enough time to make major decisions, I've seen a general expense $1 billion after less than 30 seconds of briefing. Because when you have the right people working under you, They know what the goal and what the objective is. I didn't talk I was a deputy director. I didn't talk to my director. I didn't talk to the second in charge of the agency. I didn't talk to the person in charge of the agency. I didn't talk to the SCOW commander. I talked directly to the general. Because it was faster for me to talk directly to the general, because my boss, the vice, the commander of my agency, the commander of the SCOW, the Supply Chain Operations Wing, they all trusted my pedigree that I wasn't going to make mistakes. Why do I have to brief a person? I got to brief a person who's going to brief a person who's going to brief a person who's going to do a 48-hour pre-brief to a person who's then going to go brief the person, and then that person's going to have a question, and it's going to go boom, 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 and then I got to take the question, I go boom, 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 and then maybe 3 weeks from now, we get to make a decision. Ma'am, I'm shutting down all operations at XYZ base. I have a contamination issue at the base. You are going to have to let the powers that be know they can't launch any combat aircraft from this base. They have to purge all the tanks of all the fighters. I have a solution en route, but they have to suspend flying immediately. The only thing I got in a course, I'm on a classified phone, and the general was like, on a scale of 1 to 100, how certain are you? 93. You are 93% certain, yes. Now, I can't go into more details. I am 93% certain. Is there anybody who can override your decision? Lots of people can. You, the airframe operations manager, the engine maker, all these people, you can look at the test results, but I can't. All I can say is this fuel's no good. This fuel's no good. It's on board some of our aircraft. We need to suspend flying immediately. We need to get good fuel put into those jets. Well, we're going to engage some people. Okay, ma'am, I've done my diligence then. Because of the nature of this, the memo's already been generated. The memo's already been filed. I've suspended flying, which I had at my authority level. I've suspended flying. The airfield manager can tell me to pound sand. The air boss can tell me to pound sand. You can tell me to pound sand. But I've already documented. So if there's an issue, my ass is covered. As soon as my general heard that phrase, so you've covered your ass. I said, ma'am, I've covered my ass and your ass. All these other people don't want their asses covered. They want to walk around with like Selma Hayek in Wild Wild West with their ass cheeks hanging out of the pajamas. They can do that. But I covered my ass and your ass. That's when the general, next time she came and saw me, she's like, let's talk about that thing. I said, ma'am, the only top cover I have is the top of my food chain. That's my umbrella. I always have your back. I will always protect your signature. I will always protect my boss. Until my boss wants to do something that doesn't protect me. Because then, I'm gonna protect me. Then I gotta have a really small umbrella that only fits me. Or I can have a really big umbrella and hold it over you and me. My general said, I like you. I like the way you think. If everybody thought like you, we wouldn't have these problems. Oh God, what the fuck? President Trump live on the Will Kane show. Oh my God. Because it's the president, I will blind watch this. This looks like it's not fake. We can only hope. We can only hope.
Usual, but nobody knows when they saw the gun, how they saw the gun, everything else. Bottom line, it was terrible. Both of them were terrible. The other was terrible too. And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway, but I mean, I get.
Why the fuck? First of all, the other one. It gets worse.
I guess you could say even worse. They were tremendous Trump people, Trump fans, and you know the daughter was, she was, I don't know if you could say radicalized, maybe not, I don't know, but I hate to see it. I hate to see that.
You bring up the term.
Okay, so it doesn't get worse from there. He's right. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people who cannot understand people are being radicalized. I nearly bust out laughing when Kash Patel said you can't bring any gun to a protest. That is because he is correct. You cannot bring a gun to a protest. Because you cannot go to a protest. Because a protest is against the law. So, this is the problem. You do not have the right to protest. And everybody that keeps saying you have the right to protest, you have the right to protest, you have the right to protest is 100% incorrect. You do not have the right to protest. You have the right peaceably to assemble. And it is really important that you understand that peaceably in the context of the First Amendment verbiage does not mean without violence. Peaceably means in accordance with the law. But unfortunately, people have gotten dumb. We have people right now making TikTok videos saying a bunch of ignorant, uneducated white men wrote the Constitution, yet these people instructed at Harvard, William and Mary, Brown, like they set up the universities. The Constitution of the United States is written at the 11th grade level. And in order to read the Federalist Papers, you have to be a senior historian. You're in your senior year of your history program or a graduate student. Let me tell you, the Federalist Papers are a handful. And like I said, I bring this book up a lot because this book is John Locke is very, very hard to read. Very, 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 very common for John Locke to write completely English grammatically correct sentences that are 200 words or more in length. One sentence, 200 words. And if you bust out the diagram, most of you don't even know how to diagram a sentence. If you bust out diagramming the sentence is completely structurally correct. It's just very complicated because John Locke wrote at a level, at the very least, the doctoral level. John Locke wrote at a level that is like Spencer Reed, triple doctorate, right? You have a right to petition your government for redress of grievances. That doesn't mean picketing. It means your government and petition your yeah. So, for example, I tried to explain this to people and they don't like it. If you bring a gun to a protest, you have invalidated your concealed carry license because your concealed carry license says you may not carry your weapon in commission of a crime. Now, some people are saying, well, he was only standing there videotaping. From what I've seen, he was operating inside of the confines of the law. I haven't seen anything that has definitively shown me that he wasn't operating inside the confines of the law. With that said, did he have a permit to be part of the movement? Well, he doesn't need a permit. You're right, he doesn't. But if his presence in the aggregate of all the other people has created disturbing the peace, well, then leave because you're disturbing the peace. You don't have to like it. If you don't like disturbing the peace ordinances, petition your local government to reword or clarify what disturbing the peace is. All the people following ICE around honking their horns, you know how we stop all that shit? Because you notice nobody ever wants to take the bite of the why are you doing it? Some of these people are protesting ICE doing their job simply because Donald Trump has ordered ICE to do their job. Although Donald Trump has been unable to deport as many undocumented workers or unlawful people being here as 3 Democratic presidents before him, because he doesn't get the support of he doesn't get the support of the American people. Every single American should want the people that they're trying to get out of the country. The majority of the people who have administrative removals, orders of removal, are people that have already been in and out of the criminal system, and sanctuary states and sanctuary cities have violated federal law by not detaining those people, because those detainers are just as valid as if the FBI had a warrant out for your arrest, or if another state had a warrant out for your arrest, especially when ICE says, yes, we'll come pick them up right away. We're not holding them for you. So and this is why none of them can articulate what exactly the use of force against unarmed people. Yeah. You call people to use force against unarmed people every time you call the police. A police presence is the use of violence. It's just you're okay with it because you called them. It's not violence you're against. You outsource the violence. He interfered with an ICE agent who had used physical force against another person, which person subsequently fell on her ass while Alex was pushing the ICE agent away from her. Well, if you put your hands on an officer for any reason, then that's it. Because remember, the time and place to win against law enforcement isn't on the street. It's in the courtroom. If you're there videotaping, then keep videotaping. Well, what if they come over and take your camera? Then live stream. Live stream to a private server. We're not going to play the game of a bunch of hypothetical what ifs. Were you recording? Yeah, then stand there quietly and record. Don't scream like the Renee Good shooting. Don't sit there screaming at them. That's obstruction. That's interfering. Following ICE around, honking your horns and blowing whistles to alert people. In my opinion, I would turn around. I would arrest you. Number one, I would arrest you and all your whole group of people. I'd arrest you, and I'd write you up for aiding and abetting. Aiding and abetting a fugitive, because we have an order of removal for this person, which is their due process has been met. Honestly, just station 2 ICE agents in every holding station so they can take custody of the suspect. They wouldn't allow it. They've tried that. They've literally tried that. And then you have judges in these sanctuary cities that order ICE out of the courthouse. And then you have judges who allow people that have an order of removal out the side door. I think you put it rather well when you said both should have been arrested, Good and the ICE agent, but she shouldn't be dead. Right. Renee Good should not be dead. Well, Renee Good should not be dead. Period. Dot. But the problem is when you start playing, what I don't like is you start playing this game of, first of all, let me grab a picture real quick. If you've not seen these, I'm having a hard time finding the specific one I'm looking for. I'm going to use this one. This isn't 100%. This is from Alibaba, so it's obviously not the one I'm looking for. But we make a version of this. A close enough. What's up, Timothy Waterman? We make a version of this in America that is kind of what I'm talking about. You carry it, you deploy it, and you put it in front of a tire and behind a tire. That way, no matter which way the car moves, it punctures one tire. Now, what I was always taught my whole time is this is a car. It's going that way. You've got some danger zones. And the first danger zones are here. The second danger zones are here. And then you have some other less dangerous zones. And you're like, but you've surrounded the whole car. Well, yeah, because I'm engaging people in a car. I have danger zones from the vehicle. I have danger zones from the drivers. You do not need to stand in front or behind a vehicle. You walk up, you deploy a spike strip behind, you deploy a spike strip in front. No matter which way they go, they're going to run over, they're going to pop a tire, and then they can putter off down the road a minute and do their thing. All these people pushing the narrative, ICE can't stop you. What the fuck are you talking? ICE can't conduct traffic stops. The fuck are you talking about? Yes, they can. ICE can conduct traffic stops. What they can't do is conduct traffic stops for traffic enforcement. They can't issue traffic citations. They can absolutely stop a vehicle. They abso-fucking-lutely can stop a vehicle. And the more people keep putting out this bullshit, nonsense fact is going to get more and more people killed. You have the right to carry your concealed weapon at a protest. No, you don't, because a protest is not a lawful activity. And your concealed carry weapons class is going to tell you that the moment you are in the process of committing a crime, your concealed carry is invalidated, and now you're carrying a concealed weapon without the right authority. Well, when I strapped up this morning and I went out the house, I was legal. Yeah, you were. You were legal. The entire protest thing happened right now is smoke and mirrors to take your attention away from the fraud happening there. Waltz tossed to Trump, though. All of a sudden, state police is helping ICE. Almost seemed like they made a deal of some sort. I don't think the state police are helping ICE. Let's find out. I do not think they are. In fact, nope, that's old. I'm looking for something new. But see, this is the bullshit, right? Immigration enforcement in rural Minnesota spreads fear, strains local leaders. No ICE in this business. Signs barring ICE from entering without a judicial warrant is taped to the front door leading into the Copel, Minnesota office. I have bad news for people. A administrative warrant is a warrant. And people need to stop following this bullshit advice. People have it in their head completely ass backwards about the way the process works. If you have sponsored an immigrant worker and you have put your name on the paperwork, then you have already given the federal government, ICE, permission to come there if they need to collect their one person. I want to remind people, well, it's against my rights. It's against my rights. It's against my rights. Which right? People keep saying, my Fourth Amendment right, my Fourth Amendment right. The Constitution, through the Fourth Amendment, protects people from unreasonable searches and seizures. Unreasonable. The Fourth Amendment, however, is not a guarantee against all searches and seizures. You saying no entry without a judicial warrant is a bullshit statement because Congress passed a law allowing Department of Homeland Security via ICE to write their own administrative warrants for people that aren't being processed criminally. Maybe, just fucking maybe, if the courts in these sanctuary cities turned over the people we're trying to deport, they wouldn't have to be going around looking for everybody. I don't want them in my establishment. Okay? I don't want them in my establishment either. Can I see your warrant? Okay. Hey man, you just let him in here with an administrative warrant. Yeah, because I'm not a dumb cunt and I know that that allows them to be here. But they didn't get their hearing in front of a judge. They're not required to have a hearing in front of a judge. Well, they can't do that. 8 USC 1345 says they can. Renee Good was intentionally blocking the road, gave ICE agents good cause to interact with and detain her. However, the agent did not have cause to use deadly force. In fact, his department is specifically prohibited from using force in such cases as he was in. Right. Don't stand in front of a vehicle and you won't need to shoot at the vehicle. Put a spike strip down behind the tire and in front of the tire, and then no matter what they do, they're going to pop a tire. Done. But if the mayor of Minneapolis, a bench warrant is not administrative. A bench warrant is judicial because a judge signed it. But judges don't sign warrants to arrest people that haven't committed a crime. Remember, a warrant is what a warrant is saying, and people don't understand what a warrant actually is and what it's saying. A warrant is, this is a piece of paper that allows you to go and get that person and bring them in front of me. The people are misunderstanding. The warrant isn't for the police to arrest you and hold you in a cell for 5 years. The warrant is a writ from a magistrate that says, Deadpool, I want that motherfucker in my courtroom. Go get him. That's what the warrant is saying. The reason why there aren't judicial warrants for these people is because they're not going to an Article 3 criminal court. They're going to an executive court and they're being removed. As I said, my wife went to the mall, not this weekend, but the weekend prior. My wife went to the mall. My wife is Mexican. There was ICE at the Galleria in St. Louis. They were aware of her. She was aware of them. She walked right into the mall, got her eyes checked. My daughter was with her. Got her eyes checked. They walked out the mall, got in the car, drove home with zero interaction with ICE. And my wife looks Mexican. My daughter looks Irish. My other daughter looks Mexican. Yeah, I'm harboring Deadpool. I've got a couple of Deadpools, actually. Where the fuck is my Deadpool statue? Somebody gave me a statue of Deadpool riding a unicorn. It's around here somewhere. Oh, it's right here. Guys. Doesn't like Deadpool. I'm also harboring a autographed hat by Stephen Sharif. Autographed hat from Stephen Sharif is probably worth few bucks. The Joker is over there on the side wall because I couldn't mount it behind me. There wasn't enough space between the shelves. Because on that wall is longer because the bookshelf used to be just a little into the foyer of the doorway. And the snowman from Frozen. Oh yeah, Olaf. I got Olaf back there. Olaf, that's from Disney on Ice. My daughter got her crown taken away because she wasn't being. My daughter was given a crown when she walked in to Disney on Ice, and she wasn't being respectful to it. So I literally stole her crown because we're not going to disrespect the Disney crown. I've got so much Fantasia shit up there. Nope, not happening. You can't see it. Unfortunately, I have no way to like easily move this desk back just a little bit further. I got all my Jack Skellington stuff up there. I have a lot of people give me so much bric-a-brac. Also, I found out my wife was doing some numbers. My wife was like, "Did you know your collector's edition is worth nearly $1,000 now?" And I was like, "Shit, time to sell it." It's in a hard plastic case to protect the pop box. What? Lifetime of bric-a-brac. Said explaining U.S. laws in a Disney crown would go hard. Yeah, it probably would.
Truth.
Let's see. Why did I download this one?
In what world does this make any sense?
What if landlords could only charge 75% of the mortgage as rent, as in you are still responsible for 25% of your mortgage?
No, it gets better.
As in you cannot continue raising the prices of rent when your mortgage price hasn't fucking gone up.
All right, let me try to clear this up because I think this guy's septum piercing's affecting his brain cells. Mortgage payments aren't the only part of a landlord's monthly expenses. Mortgage payments are just a piece of it. So insurance goes up every single year. Property taxes go up every single year. Maintenance on a property goes up constantly. And if you're only paying 75% of the mortgage payment, who's covering the property taxes and the insurance and the maintenance on the property that you are living in and using and causing wear and tear on? Who's maintaining that? By the way, would you go to a business owner and expect him to sell a product to you for 75% of what it costs? No, you wouldn't expect that, would you? Do you know what happens if landlords are forced to rent properties for 75% of the mortgage? Nobody would rent property.
That's the punchline. Now, here's the escrow you have to pay makes your mortgage amount change every year. I never, ever attach my property taxes or my insurance to my escrow, because it's bullshit. Because I don't want that exact thing. I never allow them to include my property tax or my insurance into my escrow. I pay my property tax, or I pay my insurance yearly. So as soon as I get that, I kick it off. Well, I don't have a mortgage. I haven't had one in a decade. As soon as I paid it, the insurance bill though, I sent that to the mortgage company. I said, here you go, good for a year. And then I'll pay my own property taxes because that's bullshit. Also, in my case, I don't pay property tax at all. So I don't want to give you $8,000 throughout the year and then have that money not applied to my mortgage. You've been holding my money for a whole year, earning interest on it, but you haven't applied it to my mortgage. So, but yeah, this is...
In what world?
If you don't have people... And I know it sucks, right? I get it. It sucks. Because you've been led to believe by a bunch of social media influencers that the reason why you can't afford a house is because of landlords. The reason why landlords own single-family homes now is because people wanted single-family homes that they couldn't afford as opposed to apartments. There is a certain necessity for you to live in an apartment and then not like the apartment, which motivates your ass to get moving and get a better job. Like, I have a friend who's lived in apartments for a decade. That's a house payment. But people don't want to listen. I know it sucks. And I know you turned 18 and you want your personal freedom. But when you have somebody that's literally telling you how to get started and you want to fight with them nonstop, like, here's the impasse. And I say what you really want to do is go down this road, and when you get to the sign, you want to take a left. And you want to take a left because I know this road. I've been down it before. I've also been down the right road, and you're not going to want to go down that road. So we get to the junction, and they say, oh, I want to go right. Okay. So this is debt. This is foreclosure. This is being in a rental for life. And you're over here, and they're like, well, I didn't know it was going to be this bad. Bullshit. Shut the fuck up. Pick up your cards, you lying sack of shit. You knew it was going to be that bad because I fucking told you. I fucking told you so. Well, you shouldn't tell people I told you so. It makes them feel bad. I don't give a shit how they feel. Ashes of Creation, Intrepid Studios, MMORPG in development for 9 years. You're starting to see the fucking bullshit come out. It's like, guys, I stopped covering that game 3 years ago, but I had told them 7 years ago what they were going to go. How is a 50-year mortgage good for anyone trying to live in a house? It's only good for the banks. It's good for you. Here's why. Me personally, I haven't done the numbers on a potential 50-year mortgage more than once just for cursory. But here's, let me do this. And I'll show you, but what it requires is it requires you to actually have some personal accountability. So let's flip over here real quick. So you're going to buy a $400,000 home with 0% down, 30-year term, 6%, and we're going to make all these zeros. We just want raw numbers. We don't want any of these other bullshit numbers, right? So here's your 30-year term. Calculate this. So your 30-year is going to be 2398. Now we're going to this exact same everything, except we're going to bump you down a full percentage point because shorter interest loan, lower interest rate, 15-year term though. Oh wait, I want 2398 and I want total 863. By that same exact house. By that same exact... Oh, there you go. Same exact house. Your monthly payment is 3163, but you're only going to pay 569,000. Now, make this disappear. Make the background disappear. So you'll notice this is a huge difference in your monthly payment. Here's why the 30-year mortgage is better if you're disciplined. First of all, in both of these cases, we automatically are going to round up. And unfortunately for the 2398, you're not really going to make a lot of progress if you only do round up to the next 100, but it is what it is. In both of these cases, this is what you should be paying monthly because you always round up to the next 100. In fact, because I want this to be a real walking, talking example of responsibility, we're actually going to walk this up to 2,500 because we're only walking up by $2. We're going to walk up by $102. So right here, you have a $700 difference each month between your 30-year rate and your 15-year rate. Now, maybe you don't have $700 every month because maybe in January, in January and February, you go from 40 hours a week to 32 hours a week for 6 weeks as the year starts. So you're not going to be able to pay $3,200 a month at all. You know you're not going to be able to do that anyway. But you know that during some parts of the year, you're going to get a lot of overtime. Well, here's why you would take the 30-year mortgage. But what you're going to do is you're going to be responsible enough that you're always going to ask yourself, can I pay $3,200 this month? If yes, I will pay $3,200. I can't pay $3,200. The kid needs a new pair of glasses. School's coming up. The kids need school supplies. Okay, this month I can only pay $3,000 towards the mortgage. This month I can only pay $2,700 for January and February. Well, that's okay because you're still paying above your total. So we come back here and we pop over to here and extra monthly payment. We're going to pump this back to 30 years, 6%. Calculate that up first so that I can grab this. And the only thing we're going to change is we are going to say that you can average $500 extra a month. You will average 500. You won't always, sometimes you'll pay more, sometimes you'll pay less. We're going to do that. Look at the difference. Your total mortgage is going to go from $863 to $563. Do you really think you're saving money paying for another 15 years? Yes, I do, because I literally just showed you that you are, as long as you're paying more than your monthly. Because remember, your mortgage isn't a single loan. People think that your mortgage is one loan factored across 30 years. It's not. Your mortgage is 360 loans from 1 month to 30 years. When in this first year, you pay $500 extra a month, then you're not going to pay these last 3 mortgage payments. You've paid $500 extra a month the whole year because you're not carrying that 360th loan for the 30-year term. You've already knocked it out. That's literally why it tells you, right? It literally tells you this loan will be paid off in 19 years and 7 months, although it was a 30-year loan. Why? Yeah, you pay extra because what you're doing is you can't make the 15-year rate. You can't make the 15-year rate. But what you can do is you can make more than the 30. 265, 5%, 30 years. $265,000. That's actually kind of funny. 265,000. Right. But burn slots, before I can get there, it doesn't change anything with the 50-year loan. The 50-year loan is the same thing. What you do is you pay more than the month. You pay more than the minimum. See, where people get caught up is 22 years and 7 months. People get caught up on the idea that this 50-year mortgage is going to be terrible for you. If the 50-year mortgage can get your minimum monthly payment low enough, it sucks in the long term, because if you never pay an extra dollar on your mortgage, you carry the mortgage for the full time. I have never carried a mortgage for more than a year. I carry a mortgage for long enough for me to liquidate other assets to pay off the house. You might as well rent with the 50-year. You're never going to pay it off. What do you mean you're never going to pay it off? Let me stop you right there. You're absolutely going to pay it off, because what you're going to do is you're using the 50-year mortgage to get the pay. Well, truthfully, at what age did you get a mortgage? What age do most people retire? Burn slots. First of all, I guess people, they average, hold on, let's not guess. Let's find out. Average age of a first-time home buyer. Average age of a first-time home buyer is 40 years old. Median age, 40 years old. Guess what? A 40-year-old isn't getting a 50-year mortgage, are they? A 40-year-old is going to walk in and ask for a 50-year mortgage, and the bank is going to say no. Yeah, you do the math and find out how much extra you have to pay on the principal. And the exact situation I gave is, no, because you're not going to get it. That's the thing. You're not going to get a 50-year mortgage at the age of 40. If by the age of 40, let's focus on something. The reason why people can't get their first mortgage until 40 is because they can't make, listen, jackass, you're not listening. A 20-year-old can get a 50-year mortgage because it makes the monthly payment low enough that they can get into a house and that they're buying the equity in. Because then they're going to pay more than the monthly and they're not going to carry it. I called you a jackass because you're not fucking listening. I literally just walked through the example of why a 30-year mortgage is better than a 15 if you can't meet the minimum payment. I gave you a very specific scenario. You know, at your job, January and February, you lose from 40 hours to 32. Therefore, you cannot take a mortgage that costs you more a month than you know you're going to make 6 weeks out of every year. So you take the 30. Yeah, you're going to pay an extra point in interest, but you're going to pay down $500 a month over your minimum payment. Your 30-year mortgage just became a 19-year mortgage. If you do the same thing with a 50, it's going to become a 22, 21-year mortgage. The problem is people think that their mortgage means this is what I pay. Hey, retard, what happens to the house when a 9-year-old can't pay anymore? Hey, retard, I've just explained it and said it to you 6 fucking times. A 40-year-old isn't going to get a 50-year mortgage, you dumb fuck. I don't know how much clearer I can make that to you. When you walk into the fucking bank, the bank makes a determination. The bank doesn't get the house, dumbass, because the bank won't extend you the line of credit for 50 years. Because the bank can't. Because what's going to happen is when you lay out as a loan officer, you lay out to 67 and a half, and you can't continue to use any fucking income. You have to immediately take at 67 and a half, 100% of their anticipated Social Security payment, which has to be applied, which radically drops the amount of credit line somebody can get. Do you think people can walk into the bank and just say, I'd like $1 million mortgage, and the bank says, oh, sure, no problem. Oh, I see here. So the banks are going to give kids 50-year loans locked in for life. Oh my God, I'm going to break it down for you one more time, because apparently you are a walking, talking example of why schools are failing you. So let me do it again, just for you. Ready? Just for you. Because I swear to God, some people want to ice skate uphill. Same fucking house. I'm going to keep the numbers nice and even because apparently you're struggling with them. 0% down payment, 30-year term, 7%, right? Turn all this shit off. Monthly payment, $1,666. Can you swing that? Yeah, you can. Because at your job, you can swing $1,663. And on your house, you bought a house for $250, but the total house is going to cost you $598,000. So $250,000, and in interest, you are going to pay $348,000 in interest. Because that's how a mortgage works. You are literally asking the bank to give me $250,000 today for a repayment I won't make for 360 months. And the bank says, cool, but we're going to want 7% on that loan, right? Now, you say, hey, for shits and giggles, I can cover $1,663 a month. Do me a favor, loan officer. Run this at 15 years for me. And the loan officer says, okay, I'll run this at 15 years. And by the way, if I do it at 15 years, you're only going to pay 6% in interest. Hey, that's a bonus. So now the loan officer says, 2109, you're going to pay $379 and you're going to pay $129,000 in interest. Holy shit, look at that difference. Look at that difference. That's a good thing for you. Except you say, shit, I work in a factory that in January and February, I drop from 40 hours to 32 hours because this is called my personal situation. So what the bank officer will tell you is, then what I would recommend is you take the 30-year mortgage so that in January and February, when you know you can't make $2,109 a month, but you can make $1,663, I would recommend you take the 30-year mortgage, but the months that you can, pay $2,000 on your mortgage. Which means, and I can't believe nobody ever taught you this, and you're going to sit there and argue with me like an ignorant fuckhead, $337 in principal overpayment. Where does that money go? Well, here's today in 2026, and here is December of 2056, because it's a 30-year mortgage. And this very last 360th out of 360 loans, you've just put $337 against. I would choose the one with the least interest, and that's because you're a dumb fuck who only knows how to look at one number, and you're literally ignoring the problem that most people have, and the problem people have is that they can't reliably make the higher number because I'm literally telling you, there are times where people don't get the same paycheck all the time. And what I'm literally trying to explain to you, and you represent what pisses me off about society, is that if you do it my fucking way, you end up paying less. Not quite as less as the 15-year mortgage, but less enough that you don't pay $350,000 in interest. Because for every 3 months that you pay $2,000, you took off 360th of the loan. Now, ready? Let me try to explain a couple of things, Burn Slots, because this is what we're arguing with. You're saying, I would choose the one with the less interest. I would choose this and I would choose this. You can do it any way you want. But since you're fucking wrong, do it however you want for your life and shut the fuck up about it and let people who will talk all through the conditionals explain to people why you might want to do it this way or why you might want to do it that way. Because I could sit here and not talk about mortgages at all. I can walk into the bank and just be like, hey, Bubba, I need $1 million. And he'll be like, I'm going to need a little collateral on $1 million, Jay. And I'm going to say, how much can I secure on a personal loan right now? And he'll be like, $250. I lowered the interest to 6%. You are correct. A shorter loan has a lower interest. That's the way fucking mortgages work, you brain dead piece of shit. This is the problem with people like you. Yes, I lowered the interest rate because that's how it fucking works. Holy fuck. Yes, I lowered the interest rate. Shorter loan, lower interest rate, lower liability to the bank. I'm going to get all my money back in 15 years rather than 30 fucking years. All of you fucking people that turn around and say shit like, well, the bank gets the house, the bank gets the house. Yes, it's called the collateral on the loan. Now, do I think it's bullshit the way they do it? Yes, the fuck I do. I'll give you an example. Same $250,000 house, right? $250,000 house. And you've paid off $210,000 of it. Meaning you have $210,000 in equity and we're not. What's the interest rate on a 50-year, the topic I was talking about? Well, first of all, they don't exist yet. They'll probably be about a 1.5% higher. Let's see if the calculator will let me do it. And you're going to look like a real big fucking jackass here in a minute. 250, 0%, 50 years, 8.5%. Your payment is $17.96 a month. Guess what? If your payment is $17.96 a month, and let's see, where's all my other boxes? So you're going to pay $828,000 in interest, which sucks ass. Let me make that clear. $828 in interest. But we're not dumb fucks. So what we're going to do is we're going to take $2,000 because we can pay $2,000 a month. Watch this number, $828. See that $828 right there? Extra money, $204. Holy shit. Look at that. You're not paying $1 million on a $250,000 house. You're paying $1 million because you didn't have access to the money. But this is where the point I want you to shut all the way the fuck up. All the way the fuck up. If you pay $2,000 a month, which is what you would have had to pay a month on the goddamn 15-year loan, you just paid off the house in 25 years and 7 months. And you saved $464,000 in interest by paying a whopping $204 a month. Now, here's the thing. One of us is a millionaire. One of us puts extra salt on the fucking fries and doesn't know shit about mortgages. You just got a free education on why you don't know how the fuck to finance shit. Because if you take the 30-year mortgage, but you pay the 15-year rate, you never open yourself up to a situation where you can't beg, borrow, and steal scrape together. And you died because nobody works till 90. Holy fuck, are you stupid? You didn't work till 90, dumb fuck. You worked till 65 in 7 months. Because the median home buyer age is 40 plus 25 years and 7 months. You illiterate fuck. This is why people like you should have been swallowed at conception. Because you keep saying till 90, till 90, till 90. If you're a dumb fuck, guess what? I already fucking dead pegged the number to 67 and a half. When you get a loan and you're 40, you do not get 50 years of your income. You do not get that. When you get a mortgage at the age of 40, they take 67 and a half minus 40. So the curve goes like this, and then the curve drops because they say this is when you will go on 100% Social Security. And then you turn around and say, well, I don't plan on claiming my Social Security until much later, till 69 and a half, so that, or 69 and 11/12, so that I can get the maximum bonus. And the bank says, unfortunately, we can't do that because nothing says when you turn 67 and a half, you won't start drawing your Social Security and then fuck us out of money. But here's the other problem. People always want to demonize the banks. And the point I was trying to make is the point you should be more worried about, and you want to get stuck on this work till 90 thing. Hey, motherfucker, I've owned a house since I was 19. What's your excuse? Oh, poor banks. Hey, guess what, man? What happened in 2009 all the way till now? Banks said, you're too much of a liability. So what happened? People can't get loans. Well, why? Because the whole country said, we don't want to bail the banks out again. So what'd the banks say? We're not going to give loans to high-risk people. Why are mortgage rates 7? Those poor banks will starve. You do realize banks do starve if everybody forecloses, right? You do realize that banks lose 15 to 20% of the value of the home. Yeah, I'm talking fiscal year 2009, which is calendar year 2008. Here's where you should be mad about the problem. Instead of fucking going on and on and on about dumb fuck shit that makes you look illiterate, you buy a $250,000 home. You pay on it reliably until you've paid off $210,000. Now, your equity in the house is $210,000. The bank's equity in the house is $40,000. You lose your job and the bank has to foreclose because you were stupid and you did it your way. And you made your minimum monthly payment more than you're going to be able to afford. This is why you do it my way. Where I'm mad about is that when the bank sells the property, the bank can't sell the property for the appreciated value. They're not allowed to. The bank sells the property so they recoup their losses. Now, some states allow differently. I'm talking general. I'm talking big picture. I'm not talking exceptions. What I think is bullshit is this. You've paid $250,000 in equity plus interest back to the bank. But the interest doesn't matter because the interest is a thing with the bank. The equity is to the piece of property. Now, when the bank sells this house, the bank should sell it for fair market value. The bank gets $310,000 on the house. We're going to say minus 20% closing costs, right? For 20,000 closing costs. $290,000. Now, the bank takes their $40,000. $250,000. That should go to you. What job bought you a house at 19? I was a marketing director for a commercial production company. I was a marketing director. I was in charge of our 3 regional sales associates. We didn't have any international sales associates. A Japanese firm approached us and wanted to talk. My boss didn't really see the value in it because he didn't think Americans would shoot commercials in Japan. I said to my boss, after talking to the Japanese contact, he invited me to Japan. What I said was, yeah, I'll come over. Went to my boss. I said, I'm going to go to Japan. And he's like, well, I'm not going to pay for that. I say, I'll pay for it out of pocket. All I ask is that you pay for the reels. I went to Japan with a suitcase full of demo reels for my boss, who was a commercial director. I was there. The only thing I said to my boss is, if I'm paying out of pocket to go there, I want 10% on whatever I close. My normal rate was 3%. My boss said, I'll give you 10%. I'll give you 3 weeks off from work. I was there about 4 days and I signed multiple multi-million-dollar deals. The Japanese are great people. They don't fucking turn around and deal with that bullshit. The Japanese people saw the contract bid. I sent them back. My boss signed them. Everything was good. I walked back into my boss's office and I handed my boss a check. He said, this check is 10% light. I said, yeah, the Japanese are really cool people. They cut me my 10% direct because that's what's in the contract. Boom. Fucking done. Now, I would have been retired the whole time, but unlike you, I didn't buy more house than I could afford and then bitched at the bank. I bought enough house that I could afford, And then my mom got cancer, and dying in the 90s of cancer is expensive as fuck. So what happened? I still had a bunch of assets, but my liquid resources were gone. So what did I do? Did I piss and moan and stare at my feet and cry about the banks? No, I invested. Period. Dot. Then 9/11 happened. I went into the military, got my commission, retired at 37 when my arm went bad and my PTSD. Now, my problem, Burn Slots, is that if you and I walked into a room together and all these other people were watching, nobody is going to say, holy shit, if Jay's in the room, even money is on Jay's the smartest guy out of those two. Because I'm not up here doing this shit for money. All the money I make goes into PGN Music, which is literally a DMCA-free record company for other streamers, because I got tired of copyright strikes. I do this to help other people. But I can't help other people that think they know more than the guy who's retired. It's like a weird thing to say. I love the scene in Boiler Room with Ben Affleck. I'm a fucking millionaire. I am the youngest son of an Irish immigrant. I never thought that I would ever have more than butter to scrape across the bread, because that's the life I lived as a kid. A life of never being starving, but never being satisfied. And I said, this life sucks. I hate this life. I am the youngest of 5, and I am the most successful by leaps and bounds. It's not a flex. I am tired of the negative fucking opinion and outlook that people have. The rules are the rules. If you don't want a mortgage, buy your house in cash. And your next response is going to be some bullshit to me that I don't have enough money to buy the house in cash. So you don't have enough money to buy the house in cash and you don't like the rules for getting the loan. Then get a loan from a rich friend. Oh, I don't have rich friends. It sounds like you're the problem in your scenario. Oh, well, I'm going to end up paying $800,000 for a $250,000 house. No, that's not what you paid $800,000 for. You paid $800,000 for a $250,000 house because you had to buy the house with somebody else's money. And that somebody else needs to make money on you because they got to pay for all the people that get foreclosed on. Because banks lose money. They have to pay lawyers. They have to go to court. They have to get fucking inspections. They have to do repairs to houses to flip them. You ever even thought about buying a foreclosed home that the person didn't give a shit? They're fucking trashed. The bank ends up losing money. But then the bank turns around and says, we're not going to give loans to high-risk people. And everybody starts yelling discrimination, racism, reverse racism. So what does the bank do? We don't make it about anything other than a dollar amount. Do I think 7% on a mortgage is insane? You absolutely bet your ass I do. Why do banks sell loans? Because if banks didn't sell loans, the economy would grind to a halt. And that's what people's complaint is about. Back in 1972, in order to do this, remember I said earlier on in the show, each problem, you have to understand more than just the thing you want to bitch about. Rising prices has a little bit to do, with minimum wage. But it has a lot more to do with the transfer from a hard to a fiat currency. For example, 1 ounce of silver, 1 ounce of 99.99999% silver. This is how I made a shit ton of money growing up. I'm not bullshitting you. This is what my grandfather recommended that I do. Every paycheck, I put X amount of dollars into the bank and I bought 1 silver coin. Because my grandfather came from a hard currency world. So, I got a whole box of these. I got a whole fucking box of them. I just keep this one. This is literally my fiddle coin. It's a wolf coin. It's just my fiddle coin. This is my fidget spinner. Just have extra money is how you made money. No, it's not extra money. Ready? It's not extra money. 50% of your income goes to your needs. You need to have a job. You need to have a job where 50% of your money pays for all your needs. Now, the problem is financial experts are going to tell you 30% should go to your wants and 20% should go into savings. Well, that's bullshit. Why are financial experts telling people to spend 30% of their income? Most people, that 50% now is 100%. No, it's not. Burn slots, let me tell you. No, it's not. Needs. Needs. I worked in a financial assistance place and I had to stop. I volunteered at a financial assistance place and I had to quit working there because I was tired of people's bullshit excuses, right? The problem here is that somebody would walk in and they were told, when you come to your appointment, you need to have in a paper copy your pay stub, all your bills, all your mandatory bills, and we want 1 month's of receipts, your grocery store bills, wherever the fuck your money is going. You should have an envelope with last month's paycheck down to the dollar, plus your savings account. I should be able to, without you talking, I should be able to look at all this paperwork and I should be able to reconcile every penny of your last pay stub. More often than not, people would say, well, I didn't have a way to print it. You know that first appointment sheet we gave you? It gave you the name, address, and phone number of all the county libraries that let you print stuff. And then people would be there with their $1,300 iPhone trying to show me little itty bitty. And I was like, look, it doesn't work for me. But you have a $1,300 iPhone. Well, the phone is free. No, it's not. The phone isn't fucking free. The phone isn't free. It's baked into the plan. Well, I need this and I need that. What the fuck do you need a smartphone for when you can buy a pay-as-you-go with data minutes? You can get a fucking pay-as-you-go phone that has data on it. Instead of paying $100 a month for your phone, you could pay $25 for the limited amount of time. Now, if you say, I need a GPS, okay, then get a fucking Garmin. Make a one-time purchase. Yeah, get a Mint mobile phone plan or Xfinity for $30 a month. Well, there's $70 a month. And here's what people don't like to be told. Needs, wants, savings. I need a phone. I want a smartphone. So my phone costs me $100. 30 gets assigned to needs. 70 gets assigned to wants. You're only allowed to debit $30 across your needs because you could get a Mint mobile phone that gives you what you need. It gives you a phone number, lets you call around, get jobs, lets people get in touch with you. You want to be able to watch fucking bullshit TikToks. That's a want. So that should be paid for out of what the experts say is 30%. I say it's 20%. Your wants should be 20%. Your savings should be 30%. Your needs should be 50%. Now, you made the flippant thing and you said you have to have money to make money. Just have extra money is how you made money. Cool. Yeah, you're right. It is. Because when I worked, 10% of my overall paycheck went into my savings account, 10% went into an index fund, and 10% went into hard currency silver coins. But most people's needs are things like food. I didn't say you said iPhones were a need. Here's the problem, Burn Slots. You've already proven that you want to be a confrontational provocateur. You just made that up in your head. No, I didn't. I'm giving you examples from one of us worked in a financial assistance shelter. One of us has literally sat through hundreds of people in their bullshit thinking just like you. Food, great, no problem. I think I actually have one. Do I have it? I think I do. This is where people start to turn around and make up their bullshit. This is literally people crying their poor mouth. And this is why you have to create the scenarios, because these are the scenarios people are creating. How are we supposed to survive off $15 a day when 2 pounds of chicken is $20? Well, first of all, you called me a jackass for asking about 50-year loans. No, I called you a fucking jackass because you literally didn't listen to the explanation that I could use empirical data for, because we have 15-year loan rates and we have 30-year loan rates, and you keep saying shit like the average homeowner, people crying poor mouth. What does that mean? What it means is this right here. It means people are saying 2 pounds of chicken is $20. No, the fuck it's not. No, the motherfuck 2 pounds of chicken isn't $20. Pieces of thin cut steak is $15. No, the fuck it's not. A can of corn is $1.74. That one is true. How can you address somebody who's crying in a situation when they offer this fact and this is a lie, and they offer this fact and this is a lie, and this is a truth? They don't even want to face the reality that you don't need to exaggerate the problem. All you have to say is it's getting harder and harder to make ends meet because the price of food is going up. Boom. If you don't want to get off your lazy fucking ass and go do the actual numbers, then make your point be, it's getting harder and harder to make ends meet. Yeah, I can get 3 to 4 pounds of chicken thighs for $14 at Walmart. A whole chicken for $6. What could a banana cost $10? What could a bananas cost $10 in real life? Well, bananas don't cost $10. A bunch of bananas can cost $10 if you buy 6 pounds of bananas. Well, what the fuck are you buying 6 pounds of bananas for? People talking about a thin cut of steak is $15. No, a fucking New York strip is $15. If you're poor, why the fuck are you buying New York strip steaks? Why are you buying ribeyes? If you're poor, buy what the fuck you can afford. Don't be mad that a ribeye is $15 because you don't need a ribeye to survive. But notice I'm not saying you don't need meat to survive. That's when you buy a sirloin. Oh, I don't know how to make a sirloin taste good. Then that's a skill issue. That's easy. Do you need to learn how to cook? Because we can do that. I can make a ribeye taste just as good as a piece of sirloin. Or I'm sorry, I can make a sirloin taste just as good as a ribeye. Stop buying prepared ingredients. Literally stop paying somebody else's minimum wage labor to prepare your food for you. Buy the food and do it yourself. Guy just did a brilliant fucking breakdown that a Subway sandwich has about $3.40 worth of ingredients in it. Then why the fuck are you spending $15 for a footlong? He literally told you it's $3.40 of ingredients. I don't mind if you turn around and you say, I don't like the idea of a 50-year mortgage because it means people are going to be in their home well past retirement. And then I say, well, no, that's not going to be the case because banks aren't going to give a 40-year-old a 50-year mortgage. Some 40-year-olds even struggled to get a 30-year mortgage unless they can put down at least about 22%. Because if you can put down 22%, then your mortgage should be paid off at the end of your working years. But it's like you want to come in and know like 2% of the material and argue with the person that used to teach economics to high schoolers. Your level of education about the economy is about sub-high school level, and I don't blame you for that because schools in this country fail everybody. Poor people aren't real, they just bought too much steak. I never said that. See, that's what you're trying to do now, is you're trying to paraphrase something as a part of the argument that I didn't say. What I said was, this is what people are crying about, and it's a lie because 2 pounds of chicken isn't $20. Shit. 2 rotisserie chickens at Costco is $12. And for an adult, if you buy a rotisserie chicken and you're not a lazy fuck and you bone it properly, 1 rotisserie chicken is enough servings of protein for the whole week. Period. Dot. So you can buy all the chicken you need for a week and it's already cooked, flavored, seasoned for you for $6. So how can I have a discussion with somebody like this when they want to say, I need that? I don't know what TikTok meme is or why I keep using it. I keep using it because while it is a meme, there are a lot of people who parrot it. It's why I recently wrote an article that we're living in a social media dystopian nightmare where people see TikToks and they believe it's to be accurate. And it's not. It's not at all. But it's like burn slots. You're just as big of a fucking problem as everybody else because you're going to be paying off your mortgage until you're 90. No, you're not, because the bank's not going to give you one. So why are you talking about a situation that's not going to happen in the first place? The 50-year mortgage is floated for young people because young people are mad. No, I didn't believe the meme was real. Holy fuck. I believe that other people see the meme and they think it's real because I read the comments of the videos. And people will be like, yeah, where I'm at, these are the prices. Yeah, you are retarded to the max. As a holder of a special education master's degree, I do diagnose you as fully F73 under the ICD-11 because you literally want to be pissed at the system when you don't even understand the system. Your own inadequacies are why you're mad. People are going to be paying off their homes until they're 90. No, they're not, because they're not going to get a fucking 50-year mortgage. And even if they do, a 50-year mortgage isn't inherently bad. A 50-year mortgage is great for a 20-year-old who can now make that payment and make $200, $300, $400 over it. I literally showed you save $364,000 by paying $204 a month over. Now, you want to talk about the problems in housing? Here's one of the problems. You're one of the biggest pains in the ass about the problems in housing because you're filling up the ether with a bunch of bullshit noise because of your own ignorance. You can't get lawmakers able to change the law if people like you keep filling up the ether with bullshit. Why won't banks give 50-year mortgages? They get the house when they fail to pay. Banks do not want to foreclose on your house. Banks lose money on the foreclosure. Banks can only sell the house. Again, federal, state to state is different. Banks do not make money when they foreclose on the house. They have to repair the house. First of all, they got to get you evicted. That's a bunch of fucking ass pain to begin with. They got to get you evicted. When they get you evicted, then they got to get possession, which is also ass pain. And remember, they're paying a person, multiple people all this time. They're paying the lawyer that goes to the court to get you evicted. Like, you don't really believe that the way the bank works is the bank just shows up on your doorstep and says, you're 1 day late on your mortgage, get out. So the bank spends thousands of man hours with the lawyers, going to court, going into the fucking court, saying, Your Honor, we have in good faith. That's all cheaper than a whole ass house, retard. No, it's not, dumbass. When the bank has to have a bunch of people on staff, banks will bend over backwards to help you stay in your house if you have the potential to stay in your house. But my question for you, Burn Slots, is since you decided to derail this, why are you supporting a society that wants to allow people to steal houses? Because until you make the final payment from the bank, it's not your house. It's the bank's house. They have all those people on staff. That's their job. That's their job. You are correct. And the reason why your fucking interest rate is 6 or 7% is because they have to have a bunch of underwriters and loan officers at the fucking bank. Why do you think my underwriting fee is $1,800 flat? I don't pay a percentage. Hey, bank Bubby, I need $250,000. Yeah, okay. Give us about 2 hours and come pick up your check. Cool. Hey, bank, I want to pick up $250,000 in cash. No, sir, we're not giving you. First of all, we can't give you $250,000 in cash unless you're drawing that out of your own account. Second of all, we need 30 days notice to give you $250,000 in cash. Also, you're going to have to fill out this paperwork. Okay, start processing. I want $250,000 in cash. 30 days later, fucking leather bag full of money. I'd never do it again. It's funny watching my father do it once. No point to do it now. The problem is when you have money, life gets easier. Why are you, though, saying it's okay for people to default on their mortgages? Why are you saying that people are going to be in their house, they're going to be paying on their house till they're 90? I literally told you the longest they're going to get a mortgage for is 27 and a half years. You literally have said people are going to be paying on their house until they're 90. And you died because nobody works till 90. What happens to that house when the 90-year-old can't pay anymore? Is that not you? Is that not what you said? Because no, I'm not hearing things. See, the problem is with dumb fucks like you, I actually have a program that doesn't require me to scroll back through Twitch chat. It's why I have the chat manager. I run my own chat manager locally so that's literally what you said. Unless you want that version where you said it, because that's the third time that you said it. So you said it 3 times. Now, I don't mind giving people an opportunity to go full-blown fucking retard. But when your death is not choosing to default on a loan and breaking the law. Yeah, and guess what? Do you understand what happened? Hold on. Do you not understand what happens when there's still a mortgage on the property? People are still allowed to die. Do you know what happens if you die when you have a mortgage? Your family gets a window of opportunity to sell the house, or they get a window of opportunity to take over, to absorb the mortgage if they want to move into the family home. That's why we have probate court. Probate court literally stops the bank from seizing the house during the process of transfer of assets. Your Honor, we can't pay the loan because we're waiting for the accounts to clear probate so the inheritance can be dispersed. So it's not breaking the law. Nobody said it's breaking the law. What the fuck are you on? You know what? You're like 1 second from being banned because you keep saying the word retard, and the only fucking retard here is you because you just made up. Who made up stupid shit? Do you not know what probate court is? No, people like him are fucking special. It's why we put animals in zoos. Except I want to put the animals back out in the wild. I'm not crying for the banks. I love banks. I'm not crying for them. What, are you mad that I can walk into the bank and get $250,000 in cash in 30 days and you'll probably never accumulate that in 10 years of working? Like, what the fuck are you mad at me for? What the fuck did I do to you? Like, literally, what the motherfuck did I do to you? I didn't fucking shit on your life. You came into a politics chat to fucking be mad about a guy who fucking knows more about financing than you do. Maybe instead of being a complete fucking moron, you would say some shit like, hey man, I got some questions. 6 foot listens to me. No, I called you names. I called you a jackass because you literally didn't come in here to ask questions. You literally came in here to have a stomping point because you're pissed off at banks. Maybe grandma's house got repossessed by the bank. I don't know what your problem with the banks are. But my question for you is this. If you don't like banks, don't use them. See how hard your life is when you don't use a financial institution. Try to do everything in cash and see what that gets you. You don't want the bank to take your house, then don't buy a house with the bank's money. You keep saying stuff like you pay $800,000 for this $250,000 house. That's not what's happening with a mortgage. You said to the bank, hey bank, will you buy this house for me and let me live in it for 30 years? And I'll pay you X amount of dollars a month. If you don't like the dollar amount, renegotiate. When I bought this house, the bank was some shit like 4.25%. I said to the bank, I said, hell no. And they're like, what? I said, I'm not giving you 4.25%. I'll only carry the mortgage for a year. You're going to make your money on the processing fee, all that. We're doing 3. And they were like, well, you can buy down the points. I'm not buying down my points. Buying down points is something people do when they can't afford the monthly payment, even at the 30-year mark, and the interest rate is still too high because they can't afford to put down 20%. So live in your apartment another year, actually save money. Every point I try to bring up about why people think that they don't have money, you're like, it takes 100% of somebody's income to live. How the fuck do you even remotely consider that? You're like, oh, I'm making up scenarios, but you don't have a concrete scenario where it takes all 100% of a person's income to live. For example, anecdotally, my daughter lived in a $550 a month apartment. She decided to move in with friends, and her rent alone went up to $600. It's easy, just save money in an apartment. It is. Okay, then move back in with mom and dad. Because it's mom and dad's fault you're so ill-equipped for the world. I don't know, man. Must suck to not have had family that loved you. I don't know what your problem is. You just think it's my fault. I didn't do shit to you. You came up into what is essentially my house. Okay? And you're pissed off at a guy that will share with you fucking 300 plus hours of fucking college education. You ask me a question in anything I'm trained in, I will tell you. People all the fucking time PM me on Discord. Hey Jay, I'm getting a mortgage. Will you look at it for me? Hey Jay, I'm thinking of putting in a bid on a house. I wish the fuck Karthos was here, because Karthos was buying a house and all I did was tell him all the reasons why he shouldn't. He did it anyway. He made a fuck ton of money on it. I'm glad he did. He's my friend. I celebrate his success. At the same time, he will tell you all the shit that I said was wrong with the house was in fact wrong with the house. I wasn't wrong by saying I wouldn't have bought it. I wouldn't have bought it for these reasons. Yeah, he put a fuck ton of work into it. But and he fell off of a roof and he broke ribs hanging a Santa, beside the point. But my problem with people like you, Burn Slots, is I didn't do shit to fuck up your life. I didn't do shit to fuck up your life. I literally tried to show you an example about why a 50-year mortgage isn't going to be bad if you have the financial discipline to use the tool properly. Why do you want to have a mortgage that you might not be able to afford? If you have a bad month, have the mortgage. No, you didn't. I'm asking why the fuck you came in here, guns blazing, wanting to fucking... I don't mind if people correct me, but could you have the goddamn decency if you're gonna correct me? Then why are you here? If you don't like the fucking channel, man. Here, ready? Since obviously somebody didn't train you in life, I'm gonna show you. Because I don't know what the fuck your malfunction is. There's this thing on your internet browser, right? It looks like this, right? It looks a lot like that. And when you're on my show, you go right there and you hit that, you'll go away. You'll never see me again. In fact, I'm gonna make it real simple for both of us. First of all, it brings a certain joy. Brings a certain joy to my day. Yeah, you know what happens when Jay rants at me and I'm convinced I'm right? He sends me a bunch of fucking receipts. And you know what? There's times that Phelan sends me stuff and he turns out to be right. And there's time Phelan sends me stuff and it'll be like, you know what? I was gonna research this and it turns out I'm wrong. He sent me a question. He sent me a fucking question once and I was like, I don't know, I'll go look it up. Yeah, a cute little fish. The vibe is already better with that done. Yeah, see, the problem is this though, little fish, and why I'll never be a popular streamer. Because what we have in social media is all the streamers are afraid to stand for anything and they just accept all the fucking bullshit and nobody's out there saying, no, you're wrong. That's what we need more of in life. When it's a question of what is the better way to do it, there is no objectively empirical right or wrong way. If a person doesn't know enough about their mortgages, here's some things you want to consider. Here's an unpaid agitator. I don't mind unpaid agitators. The reason why I don't mind unpaid agitators is this, and it's real simple. They represent why 54% of Americans read at below the 6th grade level and 20% read below the 3rd grade level. When your problem in life is your own ignorance and you also lack the tools to fix your own ignorance, of course you're going to be mad and angry because your life sucks. And I will never, if somebody is making a good faith effort, there's a lot of people that I think are in definite need of remedial education, but they come here to get it. But when you want to come in and you want to say that the banks are the problem, well, guess what? I listened to my father and my grandfather talk about when you couldn't get a loan. I know people are mad about the baby boomers, and I get it. I'm defending that the baby boomers themselves didn't fuck up the economy. The silent generation fucked up the economy. And the early baby boomers fucked up the economy with the decision to move us off a hard currency to a fiat currency. But the trick is, if you understand how the rules are played, or you understand how the game is played, life is a lot easier when you understand. And if you don't understand, then literally just say, I don't understand. Ready? Because this scene from Yellowstone always strikes hard with people when they don't get it.
You think you're winning this game? You don't even know the goddamn rules. But don't worry. I'm gonna teach them to you.
The problem you have is, I get that life sucks. I have a lot of people in my life whose lives suck. It's heartbreaking when you have a friend message you at 10:30 at night because they're at work and they haven't eaten, and they're trying to get something out of the vending machine and they have no money on their debit card. So you bum them $20, and then you know the person well enough that through their text messages you know they're on the verge of tears. And they're like, I didn't realize I have an overdraft on my account. It's like, look, it's 10:35 at night. I'm trying to go to bed. I'm actually tired. I want to get sleep. How the motherfuck much money do you need right now to clear your overdraft and have $20? I need another $130. Great. Boom. Here you go. It's in your account. It's heartbreaking to not be able to save everybody. And my flaw is I'm a saver. It's not a good trait that I'm a saver. It's a flaw. The problem is when you become a tool for other people to solve their problems, they stop aiming up here and they aim down here. That's why I tell people, I have a cap. You are now at the cap. Your line of credit is closed. Your line of credit is closed with me. You can leverage no more resources. I had a friend, years and years and years. She's got a piece of shit husband. She's got 4 kids. She got 5 kids. One's an adult. The other 4, she had like a kid early on in life, and then she got married later, had other kids. Husband's a piece of shit. Doesn't care for his kids. Breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Except, I said to her, you keep having kids with him. I said, and you knew that he wasn't, like, you married, and this is like a social thing as well. So tell a story here. I gotta put her an address, right? So that we know who we're talking about. Universal sign for your female friend. So she's got one kid up here with another father. And then here's the guy represented by, and together they have 1, 2, 3, 4 kids, and he's got a kid over here on the wings. So they both came together, and they each came with one. Sure, I'll dump that into the queue of shit. Hopefully we'll get this done before I go to Disney. But she knew he wasn't taking care of this kid over here. Then why the fuck did you have 1, 2, 3, 4 kids with him? Why did you build a family with a man who had a son he wasn't taking care of? And then why did you get mad, right? Why did you get mad when the IRS took all of your COVID stimulus payments, yours, his, all the money for the kids, all got seized and leveraged for back child support? If you knew he had a fucking kid, you should have been doing your taxes, married filing separately. And then always having to peel her off at 20. But what I told her was, I will peel you off at 20 because you need to feed your kids. You need to buy eggs, milk, bread, cereal, whatever. Peel you off at 20. But what people don't like is that if you have bag, you have say. If you owe me money or I'm funding your life, that buys me chips into the discussion table of shit I think you're doing wrong in your life. Well, I don't want to hear from you. Well, then you're cut off. You don't want to hear from my money either. It's like that scene in Riddick where he's like, well, I'm not asking you for help. I'm asking to borrow some of your gear. And if your people come attached to your gear, oh, you want my gear's help. You don't want my help. You want my wallet's help. Well, one year I paid for all our kids' birthdays because I don't think any kid should grow up and not have one present and a cake with their siblings. So I paid for all that. But every time I did, I was like, hey, I'm peeling you off a 20. I'm peeling you off 100. You got to send me a receipt because I need to make sure there's no alcohol on it. Well, what are you saying? I'm saying you're a goddamn alcoholic and I'm not funding your alcoholism. I'm being the stepdad to your kids because I'm the guy stepping up when the father stepped off. So this is the deal. Well, I don't like the deal. Well, then my wallet doesn't like the deal, and apparently my wallet does my thinking for me. I know Eminem said once he starts drinking, his dick does all his thinking, but my wallet does all my thinking. Well, she got mad. Went on for a while, and then one day she owes me $100 and she stopped talking to me. She's like, I can't believe you threw it in my face. Look, fuckhead. You want to quit drinking and you're still drinking. Stop asking me for money, because if you didn't buy alcohol, you wouldn't need my money. What this has really turned into is I'm supplementing your kids, and you're not spending my money on your alcohol, but because you're spending my money on your kids, there's money left over here for you to buy alcohol. Well, stop fucking buying alcohol. She didn't like that. She fucking blocked me or unfriended me or whatever the fuck thing you do on Facebook. I don't give a shit. Because to me, $20 every other couple of weeks, $100 here, $100 there, not a big fucking deal, right? That just means I don't, I don't add on a lobster tail the next time I'm at Outback, right? Whatever the fuck to make up that difference. But you can't even be charitable anymore because then it becomes people expecting it. It becomes a fucking handout. And that's where we've gone completely off the rails. If you don't know how to make ends meet, great, ask for help. People that say, I don't know how to do X, great, no problem. Here's how you do that, right? This is why you love your roommate. This is either I really, really love my roommate's story, or this is I don't love my roommate's story and it's going to go sideways in a colossal level.
You think you're winning this game?
Yeah, I know I'm winning this game. I think it's time. Oh, she is grateful and doesn't ask for handouts. Awesome people. Those are the best people. Those are the people that you're happy to help. Can everybody agree that Senator Kennedy is a breath of fresh air, even if he's completely off the reservation? Senator Kennedy is just like a breath of fresh air.
John, I'm just going to say it to you, I'm not trying to pick a fight right away, but my prediction is this stuff, your party is going to get the dog shit kicked out of you in the midterms. No, come on. Because this is not what people voted for, and they're going to hold the party as responsible as they should.
Well, I'm going to give you my take on it, Bill. You don't have to be Einstein's cousin or a senior at Caltech to know that illegal immigration is illegal. Duh. Those of us who believe that no one is above the law have to concede that folks who are in our country illegally are not above the law either. I support enforcing our immigration laws. Now, how you enforce them matters.
That's the key.
You have to do it.
It's the how.
You have to do it in accordance with due process, equal protection, and Terry v. Ohio, reasonable suspicion. It's okay to protest.
Actually, you don't. And that's the problem. See, this is the problem, that even when your politicians get involved, and they don't know what they're talking about. Terry v. Ohio doesn't apply to administrative stops. A U.S. citizen is not subject to an administrative stop. There is a little bit of a loophole in the law. The loophole is this. All my military veterans will tell you, it doesn't matter what rank you are. Positional authority overrides rank. So, for example, I come out of my building and I see a guy, older gentleman, behind my building, which is right adjacent to the flight line. And I walk up to him, I say, hey, I'm going to need to see some ID. My very first question, I'm going to need to see some ID. Because you're not in uniform, you're in civilian clothes, I need to see some ID. Guy turned around and says, you don't need to see my ID. Apprentice to B-Doc, roll me 2 behind my building. 2 on the way. Do you have any, son, do you have any idea what you've just done? Yeah, I followed protocol. I've asked you for I've asked you for an ID. The only response to a uniformed member on duty asking anybody the fuck on the base for their ID is for you to present your ID. That is it. Turns out he was an inspector. He was an inspector general, but he wasn't the inspector general. He was a general who was an inspector, and he got mad as fuck. He got mad as fuck. Security forces they're in my building. They have a detachment unit in that building. They come out, they walk up, and they came to talk to me, and he's like, I'm General so-and-so. And I said, not right now, you're not. I said, I've asked this individual for identification. He's refused to identify. So the rest is up to you. I'll start working on my report. This general then tells the 2 security forces people he outranks them and doesn't need to show them ID. And then he very quickly was put on the ground and put into handcuffs, and the other unit rolled up. They put him in the back of the car. They took him to the B-Doc. The general was mad as fuck. Until we found out that's exactly what he was there to do. That he did not like the results of some red shirt inspections because he was finding too many young airmen were being told, I'm a general, and they were just letting them fuck off and do whatever. Never ask for ID. I don't give a fuck who you are. Now, visual ID you, that's a different thing. Terry versus Ohio is, while it can be applied in an administrative stop, because Terry v. Ohio is an officer safety ruling. It's the same ruling. It's not the same ruling, but it's the same family of rulings where the officer says in every state but California, you know what? I'm going to ask you to step out of your vehicle. I don't have to step out of my vehicle. Well, I was taking you out of the vehicle because officer safety, but now you're going the fuck to jail. Yes, ladies and gentlemen in America, in every state but California, if the officer says, I'd like you to step out of the vehicle, you step out of the vehicle. In California, the officer now has to start with, hi, I'm pulling you over because you blew a stop sign. That satisfies California's, I need to tell you what the stop is about. I also, for officer safety, need you to step out of the vehicle. Now, you step out of the vehicle. What's the escalation the police are supposed to take? Ask them, tell them, make them? Ask them, order them, which is tell them. Politely request, command voice, use of force. And then use of force breaks down into use of minimum force necessary to achieve the intended objective with the minimum loss of life. Now, where he said you have the right to protest, you do not have the right to protest. You have the right peaceably to assemble. And peaceably in the context of the Constitution means you have the right to assemble in accordance with all laws. You mean you can't just throw a donut onto the side of the road and peel out to escape?
It's not okay to protest violently.
That's okay. Words matter. Because we have a codified written and oral language, words matter. Stop using the word fucking protest. Use the word assemble. Use the right fucking word. If assemble and protest were synonyms, we wouldn't have assemble and protest.
Violence undermines the morality that you say your movement is built upon.
But that 5-year-old was not being violent.
I understand.
You know.
Now, the 5-year-old. If you're familiar with last week, we talked about the 5-year-old that was detained by ICE while there were other family members that were saying, "Give us the kid, we'll take care of the kid." Well, number one, the child wasn't in any danger. The child wasn't in any risk. There wasn't an active firefight going on. But I think the Democrats and the liberals who are protesting this, I don't want fucking people taking kids. ICE doesn't know what the chain of custody of this kid is. The only thing ICE has in their database is dad's. That's dad's kid. That's dad's kid. That's dad's kid. Yeah. For example, not that I have a habit of having police interactions, but if when my kid was 5 years old and I ran off from the cops, I want the cops to hold on to my kid until they know who the fuck they're giving my kid to. I sure as fuck don't want my mother-in-law getting control of my kid. Oh, fuck no. If my mother-in-law walked up and says, "Oh, I'll take the kid," I expect the cops to say, "Well, who in the blue fuck are you?"
But protesting violently is not only undermines your movement. It's a 12-piece bucket of stupid. Somebody's going to get hurt.
It's a 12-piece bucket of stupid. Somebody is going to get hurt. Yeah, daddy's got to run. You stay here until mommy arrives. Here's one of the many videos that's in the cube, which we won't get to today.
You're Border Patrol? Don't worry about what I'm doing, man. Or who I am, all right? I just need to see some documentation real quick, man. Hey, don't put...
Can't believe I just pulled over for Border Patrol.
I'm now.
Should we pull over again?
Yeah, pull over.
Wait, it's still Border Patrol? I thought it was a cop this time. Still the same idiot.
Okay, so as funny as this is, right? This is where we have a really, really, really big motherfucking disconnect in this country. The ICE agent is wrong, but the guy is wrong too. Here's the situation when it comes to ICE. I'm with Immigration Customs Enforcement. I'm a U.S. citizen, but you don't need to see anything. Please state for me, codified in law under 8 U.S.C. 1345, where I, as a person who have not been issued a visa by this country, I have birthright citizenship, why I'm not subject to you. I've identified myself as an American citizen unless you have reasonable articulatable suspicion that I have lied to you, which the burden of evidence is on you, not me. I'm going to be on my way now. Says anything else? So you have lawfully detained me? Yes. Are you sure you haven't unlawfully detained me? I'm letting you have a moment to think about this, because if you've unlawfully detained me, I will personally be going after your assets. I will have your qualified immunity stripped, and I will fuck up your financial world. I probably wouldn't say fuck up, because fuck is an aggressive word. I will completely ruin your financial situation. So, one more time. Am I free to leave, or have you detained me? I've detained you. Great, then I'm exercising my Fifth Amendment rights. Do what you gotta do. Because the time and place to win this fight is not on the street where they're gonna baton you in the face for resisting. Hey, just to let you know, if you put me in handcuffs and you do it wrong, you're going to damage my surgically reconstructed shoulder. You're either going to need to have long chains, or I do not resist to being put into waist irons. What's up, Nova? But can you sue if they don't identify? You can sue them for unlawful detainment because the policy says that once the person says they're an American citizen, they have to then have reasonable articulatable suspicion that you are not an American citizen. The burden of proof is then on them. It's not on you. Remember, your Fifth Amendment means you never have to provide testimony on your own behalf. When I go in front of the judge, I'm going to be like, Your Honor, I'm an American citizen. He has no reasonable articulatable suspicion that I'm not. Yeah, don't worry about who I am or what I'm doing. I just need to see some documentation real quick. No. And that's how we've ended up in a Gestapo state. Now, who do I blame for this? I blame MAGA. I blame MAGA for this. You are a undisciplined, ignorant group of individuals. I blame the liberals for this. You literally have allowed 3 Democratic presidents to deport in excess of 25 million people, but you block Donald Trump at every source. I blame the mayor of every sanctuary city. I blame the governor of every sanctuary state. You're allowing people to stay in because you know that you're closer to the next census than you are to the last one, and you know that the census doesn't count citizens, it counts persons. So persons, if all of the illegals were removed from California, California would lose 5 seats in the House. MAGA, Make America Great Again. Make America Great Again is a great slogan. It's just a really shitty rallying cry. And the more I look at it, as I said a couple of weeks ago, I realized I was living in a fascist state the moment I had to ask myself, am I living in a fascist state? Because the moment you have to ask the question, the answer is yes. Now the concern becomes, how fascist is my state? How fascist is my country? How do you know we're living in a dictatorial fascist country? Because Donald Trump literally threatens use of military force against his allies. Donald Trump literally stole the president of another country. Donald Trump seized 5 oil tankers. Britain, you're culpable. Goddamn pirates at heart. Because Britain couldn't wait to pirate a fucking ship with us. I'm fucking amazed that the fucking British captain of the ship that supported for the one we took to England didn't fucking get a guy down the side of the fucking boat and rename that shit the Black Pearl. The Flying Dutchman. Shit. We are living in a fucked up world. But the problem is the guy earlier burned slots is why the world is fucked up. The reason why the world is fucked up is because 20 years ago, Carthos and I, and we went to college. We didn't go to college together, but all of our experience has been the same. 20 years ago, you went to college to say, I do not know, and I wish to. And now kids go into the college classroom and tell their professor what their professor should be thinking. What? Look, man, what he said was, his whole purpose was that the banks want you to foreclose on your house because he believes the banks make money when they repossess your house. What he doesn't realize is people have been given a load of bullshit. Credit card companies do not want you to carry a balance because a balance, okay, so people don't get is Visa does not want you to have $30,000 in debt. Because if there's $30,000 in debt, banks do make money off the mortgage loans. Unequivocally. But they don't want to foreclose on your house. Because then they lose a bunch of their profits by going through the rigmarole. When there's $30,000 worth of debt and it's on your card, who has the debt? Not you. Visa has that debt. Visa has the debt. The reason why you know it's Visa's debt is because if a bankruptcy court can discharge that debt, then on Visa's books, this is a liability. Visa does not want you to carry a debt. Visa wants you to swipe your card, so Visa takes 1.8% of the business's money. Visa wants you to pay your balance in full every month. Visa wants all of their customers to pay off their debt. When you're buying something on credit, you're buying it with somebody. If you're holding on to $30,000 in debt on your credit card, that represents $30,000 in currency Visa has expended on your behalf. But it's Visa's debt, not your debt. It's Visa's liability. Yes, you have to pay it. Just sell it to some collection agency, won't get full value, but it'll reduce their loss. Well, and then this is what happens. You get all these 1, 2, 3 fly-by-night collection agencies. They buy $30,000 worth of debt for $9,000. Well, then what happens is, you call a person like me. I'm never going to have debt, but one of my friends does. So they say, talk to this person about it. He's my financial planner. They call me and they say, we have this debt. And I say, well, no, you don't. I said, first of all, you got to validate that debt. Here's my debt collector fuck off letter. Please validate that debt to me. Then they send me the debt and I say, okay, well, you've sent me a bill that says my person owes you $30,000. And they say, yes. I said, well, that's not possible. And the collection agency says, why is that? I said, your message is showing up. I'll get to the Trump question in just one moment. Now what you've done is you have paperwork that says you bought $90,000 or $30,000 for $9,000. So I don't owe you $30,000. I owe you $9,000. At most, I owe you $9,000. And that's what the credit card companies don't like because they don't set their companies up properly. You can't be a collection agency. Collection agencies are the last thing you want to be. You want to be recovery agencies. Visa can't give you the debt as property. Visa needs to send you the case file that if you collect, then you take 30%. You work on commission as a recovery agency. Visa holds all the liability, but Visa pays you 30% of whatever you recover, or 50 or 70 or whatever. Do I think Trump is going to leave office or take over the country like a dictator? I think Trump will float the idea of not leaving office. And he will realize fairly quickly that that is a really, really bad plan. Because Donald Trump doesn't realize that our military is specifically spread out in a certain way, so that decentralized command and control. Air Mobility Command has the tankers. Air Combat Command has the fighters. Global Strike Command has the bombers. No part of the military, no one general has a complete functional military. I don't know. I'll get to that one in a second. Oops. I saw your mortgage has a clause with a penalty. If I pay off my mortgage fully within 5 years, they want that interest. Funny enough, that is becoming more and more common because banks have been, or people have been figuring out exactly the technique I've been saying. If you want a mortgage, but you can't 100% certain make each payment each month take the 30-year mortgage and just pay as much as you can every month. But why is Trump orange? Is he Oompa Loompa escaped the factory? Trump is orange because he uses spray tan. He doesn't like being white. He likes being orange, which is really funny when he calls the brown people. Because look, man, brown, black, or white, I can get down with, but you look like, you know, a fucking Cheeto poof. I can't take him serious. I literally cannot. Because his face is orange and his ears are white. It's like, what the fuck happened to you? Are we going to attack? Oh, somebody said, in your family, you only go to college to join the military as an officer. I have a video on my Jalan channel where I talk about college isn't the answer. We are past the point where college is classified universally as an answer. For example, because I can only anecdotally tell my story. 2000, I got my bachelor's degree. 2001 was 9/11. I was working on my MA in education. I finished my MA in 2003 because people do join the military to get the GI Bill. I joined the military to get the GI Bill, and then I passed it on to my kids, so I don't pay for their college. And then I have never technically used my MA for what it was designed for. I have never been a special education instructor. I've never been a civilian curriculum developer, but I have an MA. When I walked into the military and I had an MA, I went enlisted with an MA, and then I went officer. And the first thing, the day I met my commander, he was a captain. He was the acting commander. The commander was deployed. He said, why doesn't he use something that makes him look like a live orange? We don't know. We do not know. Donald Trump likes being orange. When I walked in, the first thing my new boss said to me is like, okay, here's my expectations. I expect you to be enrolled in a master. It was November. I got to my base on like November 5th. He's like, I expect you to be enrolled in a master's seeking program no later than the spring semester. He's like, go over to the base education. I said, sir, I have a master's degree. And my boss was like, what? I was like, sir, I have a master's degree. And he's like, okay, well then I expect that you do postgraduate work. I said, sir, I have an entire degree that I've achieved after my master's degree. Oh, I'm lazy. I will bring that over manually. I'm having a little bit of a problem with Kick integration of Sprocket. And so, my new commander was like, so you have a master's degree, you have a whole degree after your master's degree. I said, it's not a PhD, but I have a whole degree after my master's degree. He said, well, then I want you working on your certifications for logistics. And I said, I have them all with me. I said, I did them before I became an officer. And he looked at me and he's like, he laughed and he kicked back. He's like, well, goddamn, how do I mentor you? I said, well, sir, my bosses know you. And I was asked to give you these. I had a pair of letters. I said, I was asked to give you these. I have no idea what they say, but that it's feedback from the headquarters colonel and then the headquarters lieutenant colonel. And he opened it up and he read them and he starts laughing and he's just laughing with me. And I was like, I'm like, I have no idea what they say. He's like, it says that I should just leave you the fuck alone. And anytime I want you to do a piece of training, just send it to you and you'll do it. I said, yes, sir, that's about my speed. So that week I meet all the other lieutenants. We're having lunch together and he comes in and he's like, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know that here's the F&G, the fucking new guy. And he looks around the table. He's like, except the fucking new guy. He already has his master's. How can you integrate a bot from Twitch to Kick? Stream Elements, or I think Stream Elements is the only commonly used bot, but the problem is there's no way to write one command and have it work on Twitch and Kick. So you have to write all your commands and then copy them all over to your Kick profile and copy them all over to your YouTube profile. It's a big giant pain. Once I'm trying to figure out, I'm going to dump probably YouTube streaming, and I'm going to try to do a vertical canvas and stream to TikTok, as well as in lieu of YouTube, until such time as more people, and then I'll upgrade Restream so I'm on 5 platforms at once. A couple other things people have said. Are we going to attack Iran? No, there's no point to attack Iran. Right now, Iran, we don't want to attack Iran because we don't want to risk killing any Iranian civilians. Right now, Iran is in a state that we wanted Iran to be in 25, 30 years ago. Iran is destabilized. The problem with Iran is it's a theocracy. And if you know your history, theocracies are very, very difficult to negotiate with. How exactly are the platforms fundamentally different in their text parsing? They're not. It's just each one, each one in. I've started playing with the idea of my own bot, but it's going to take me a long time, and I have so many up days and so many down days that it's just easier right now to use Stream Elements. Plus, I'm getting too old for this shit. I will watch that. Thank you for that. Any resources. I love resources. I love them. Resources are amazing. When will Intrepid learn? Oh shit, here we go. When will Intrepid learn? They just released a patch and rolled it back. Isn't that what the PTR is for? Here's the thing, ready? If you really want to win, if you want to piss Steven off in the final solution, you got to get as many people as possible to be civilly disobedient and just say, hire Jalon to run Intrepid, hire Jalon to run Intrepid, hire Jalon to run Intrepid. Because if you take all of the project management experience at Intrepid Studios and you roll it all together, I don't have more video game experience, but I have more project management experience than their entire team put together. I don't think their entire team combined managed as many projects as I did. I spent 2.5 years at one location doing project management, and I never had less than 300 simultaneous projects running. And then in the middle of all of that, I had to become a software project manager, literally because the general said, you don't know shit about software, do you? I said, nope. They said, great, go run this. And I said, why? Why me? What did I do? I thought you liked me. The general was like, because everybody we send there with programming background gets caught up in trying to fix it. You don't know how to fix it, but you know how to manage the people that know how to fix it. Exactly what you just said, right? Exactly. Yeah. Fei Lin got banned for telling people how to file FTC complaints. GigaBear got banned literally after Roshan said, if you buy another account, it's not ban evasion. They literally said that. Then they banned GigaBear's account. Holy fuck. That if I didn't have to take my wife to the hospital tomorrow, which I may still stream tomorrow, I have to drive her. When we get back, I might stream and talk about that. Do I think Trump is going to invade Greenland? No, because I don't think Trump is going to invade Greenland because he floated the idea of invading Greenland, and I think all of Europe got conned by Trump because Donald Trump said, well, I'm thinking about invading Greenland. And Europe starts moving to a wartime footing. Good. I don't know which of the fucking Illuminati have their hand up Trump's ass some of the time. But some of the time, he does the right thing. Some of the time, he absolutely does the right thing. Because what it does is it creates the right results. Honestly, don't mind him finally conning us into getting us into shape. Right now, Donald Trump has gotten several of the European countries to increase their defense spending. And several of those European countries are now starting to look and say, shit, we can't afford free education. We can't afford free healthcare. Some of the European countries are starting to realize they're going to have to tighten down the belt. Well, it's really easy for everybody to say the United States should be able to afford to give everybody health care. And okay. Hold on. I'm not saying a wartime posture should be better than or is better than free healthcare, free education. But as you saw from the guy Bernslots, as you've seen multiple times over the years that I've done this show, and which is why I say to the 32 people watching the show, if you're watching out of pure curiosity, great, bring more people. If you like the show, bring more people. Yeah, if only we didn't have to defend the whole world against itself. I think Trump is sucking Putin off for the money. I think Trump got a lot of money from Russia. He got a lot of money from Qatar. But it's kind of like asking a monkey to turn off a lamp, and the monkey starts randomly throwing shit around the room and randomly hits the lamp and smashes it on the ground. Mission accomplished. Right, exactly. A broken watch is right twice a day, and the sun shines even on a dog's ass. Yeah, people in America should learn what a free healthcare is. Mainly, it isn't free. At least in my country, almost 25% of my salary goes right into the social welfare state. Yeah, this right here is what I think before the people need to learn that. The goddamn politicians need to learn that. The politicians need to learn it's not free healthcare. America has free education. America has free education, and we see how fucking poorly people take advantage of that. You're given 12 years of free education. My daughter, she doesn't mind that I tell a little bit about her story. I didn't get custody of my daughter until she was 10. If you know anything about anything, you know when you get custody of a 10-year-old who's been abused, and we're just going to leave it as abused. And if you, so that we're clear, she abused, yes. Well, what about, it doesn't matter which subcategory of abuse you go to, including the really, really bad one. The answer across the board to each one is yes. I got custody of my daughter. And, she didn't know how to do basic shit like shower. Sent my kid to shower, right? She comes back literally smelling like a wet dog. Like, when a dog is wet because the dog has gone into a fucking dirty ass nasty swamp or creek, and you're like, holy shit, well, the dog is wet but the dog ain't clean. I had to say to my daughter, I said, your hair is disgusting. And I took a fingernail and I went down her skin and I said, baby, you're not tan, you're dirty. And she kind of got this like look on her face. She's like, well, I got in the shower and I stood under the water. Go put your bathing suit on. You're 10. I'm gonna teach. Mom was right there. Why didn't mom teach? Let me just foot stomp reasons, but mom was always with me. So there's my kid sitting in a bathing suit on a step stool in the bathtub. And I'm like, clean your arm. And all she did was take water and rub it on her arm. And I said, there's this magic thing called a loofah. And she's like, well, yeah, but it's not mine. I said it absolutely is. It absolutely is yours. I said, loofah, soap. And I started scrubbing her arm. And I scrubbed her arm, and her arm was white. Like, she's my color. She's my complexion. I said, you good? You understand? Yeah, okay. I said, you're gonna do the rest yourself. I said, but turn around so I can do your hair. I have the shower attachment thing. So I'm cleaning her hair. I put shampoo in her hair and she suds up like a fucking this big. I clean it out. She starts to get up. I said, sit down. She's like, what? I said, I gotta wash your hair. She's like, you just did. I said, no, I didn't. Your hair was so dirty and gross and nasty and disgusting. That first foam up, that's all the loose dirt. We're getting rid of that. So we got a little container and we put it on the bottom of the shower and I shampooed her hair, and as I was rinsing it, I poured the rinse water into the container. I said, turn around and look. And she saw it and she's like, that water is disgusting. I said, that's the second rinse. I said, let me do your hair one more time. So I did her hair, then I conditioned it. It took all of 2 weeks for this kid to go from being a dirty, nasty ass, smelly street urchin rodent to this kid loved being clean. And she was sad. She's like, why didn't anybody ever teach? She's all of 10 years old. And she's like, why didn't anybody ever teach me? How fucking sad is that? So spring break, we got her at the start of spring break. We put her into school. The first day at the school calls me and they said, we need to have a conversation about your daughter. I said, okay, I'll be there at 4. So I go in and I pick up both the kids and I have the kids sitting out there and I pull out books. I always kept books in my satchel for my kids. Give them each their books and read. School's like, we don't know what's going on, but her grades from her previous school said she was an A student. I said, yeah, that's what I was. They're like, your kid is deficient in absolutely everything. I said, come on now, you know that after one day? And they said, Jay, completely deficient. I said, okay, I called the previous school. I said, hey guys, what the fuck is going on? I just enrolled my kid in school, and after one day, this school is saying the kid's completely deficient. They're like, oh, Mr. J, yeah, she's had a rough like year and a half after her mom died. We'll admit we were giving him some sympathy grades. The fuck's a sympathy grade? And so I went back to the new school and I said, all right, we need to lay out a plan. There's only about 5 weeks left in the school year. And they're like, we really think your kid needs to repeat the grade. I said, my kid can't repeat the grade. They said, why? I said, look at my kid's age. And they said, oh yeah, she can't repeat the grade. I said, yeah, can't happen. Depending on what your kid's age is and they get held back once, you can't have too large of a differential between the oldest student and the youngest student. There's actually laws about it. And again, one country, 50 laws. My kid ended up spending I took a lot of leave that summer and spent a lot of time teaching the kid. And I got her caught up. I mean, you can catch a kid up tremendously if you give a shit about your kid. My kid got mad though. Your punishment is to, what do you want to do? Flashcards, vocab words, writing, lines. What do you want to do? And she's like, well, I don't want to do any of it. I was like, well, unfortunately in your boat, you're in trouble because you're not listening. So you're either doing flashcards or you're doing vocab cards or you're doing, you're writing lines to practice your handwriting or you're practicing your letters. What do you want to do? Well, she got it. In a summer of tutoring, she caught up. Now, not all the way. But what the fuck was going on for the first 5 years of her education? Well, abusive parents, abusive grandparents. We have got to recognize, and I can't do it. I can't do it. My last kid is 13 and my last kid is already operating at the college level. Big fucking surprise. Why is my 12-year-old operating at the college level? Because she's mentored by a person with a degree in education. My kid is 12 can cook circles around her sisters. Well, her older sister is married in the 2 years of married, 3 years of married life, as she's learned a lot. But the other one, the younger one, can cook circles around the 20-year-old. But why aren't parents doing this shit? Because parents don't know. She's... No. No. She's been married to the son-in-law for 3. She's been with the son-in-law for 4. Now we're gonna, as soon as the show's over, Tamir and I are gonna box. For this year. Yeah, for this year. I think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is an idiot for cutting a lot of important shots for kids. Yes, I agree. 100%. No, I like my son-in-law. I do like my son-in-law. Absolutely, I like my son-in-law. Son-in-law's a good guy. He takes care of my daughter. He takes really good care of my daughter. So, I have no problem with him. I like him. I didn't like the first one. I'm glad he's fucking dead. Oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. What? I'm glad my first son-in-law is fucking dead. You know why I'm glad my first son-in-law is dead? Because then that means when he dies, I'm not a suspect. Yeah, I like this one. I hate the other fuck. Removing food dyes is healthy. Yes. And that's why Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is like, he's 50-50. Removing all the fucking bullshit food coloring, food dyes. Like, it works real simple. I love Europe for this. Europe has told American companies, this is the shit we don't allow in our food. And those American companies said, okay, well then we'll make specific versions of our food for Europe. Excuse me? If there's a specific version of Doritos and Mountain Dew and soda and all that other bullshit food we don't need anyway for Europe, then that's what we should have in America. Why is Fanta Orange so orange in America? It's neon. Because they color it and flavor it with the lowest quality item because the USDA allows it. Potato chips. What should be in potato chips? Potatoes, oil, salt. How many kids do you think are going to get refused to get shot to save their life, but idiot in the health department? So here's the thing. The caffeine content in the U.S. energy drink is considered 370% above health levels in Germany. Yep. Yeah, I don't understand RFK Jr. One day he's getting rid of the bullshit in our food. The next day he's trying to ban Tylenol because he thinks it causes autism, even though Sweden has tracked 650,000 children. And the differential in the rates of autism between mothers who took acetaminophen and mothers who didn't is 0.2%. And that's not even a valid number, because if acetaminophen is the only thing doctors have recommended for 40 fucking years that parents take, you'll notice even Tylenol came out and said, we don't recommend you take our shit during pregnancy. The doctors do. Look, folks, autism is quite literally a genetic condition that isn't singularly definable. It's kind of like this. What is autism? Autism is a whole lot of things that are collected, and I can't believe I'm about to make this correlation, but it's okay because I'm one of them. Autism is a lot like vegetables. A carrot and a potato have nothing the fuck in common. But they're both under the heading of vegetables for culinary purposes. There is no fucking scientific category for vegetable. You have roots, and you have tubers, and you have leaves. That's why a tomato is a fruit. As a person with autism, you don't get autism from a shot. Who in the fuck makes it super inbred with a negative 500 IQ? Yes. My dad blamed himself when he learned that autism was genetic. Makes me sad because I hate my tism. I'm still alive, and that's what matters. Oh no, I don't hate my fucking tism, man. I do not. I do not hate my autism. My autism is fucking hilarious. I'll wear shit like this. I don't care. I don't care. 'Twas the tism, my lord. I don't give a shit. My wife is making me this shirt. I don't care. I don't care. Because guess what? Ready? I tell my kids who have autism that I would rather have autism and at least have a reason for why I am the way I am, rather than have a whole bunch of doctors certify that I don't have anything, and then I have to look myself in the mirror and be like, well, then I'm just an asshole. Long time ago in a land far away, Chris Rock, amazing black comedian, influenced me in ways that are amazing because I never developed racism because I didn't have time to hate I did not have time to develop a hatred for people based on the color of their skin. I just hate stupid people. I learned early on it doesn't matter. People will talk shit no matter what. They will talk shit. Short, they talk shit. Smart, they talk shit. Stupid, they talk shit. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. At the end of the day, you can do everything perfect and people are still going to hate on you. So if a motherfucker is going to hate on you for no reason, give that fucker a reason. It's like that Burn Slots guy. Look, man, you come onto my show and you whip your dick out and you piss on my carpet. I'm not going to be like, oh, it's okay, you don't know any better. So if you come into a chat channel and you start just vomiting garbage, you're going to get told you're a jackass. You're going to get told you're ignorant as fuck. You're going to get told to shut the fuck up. You're going to get told that you're wrong. And here's the problem. Not enough people use the word, you are wrong. You are wrong. When I was a teacher, I would tell kids, interesting theory, but you're wrong. And my peers, my fellow teachers would say, you shouldn't tell kids that they're wrong because they're trying. And I said, what are you talking about? Because the world is going to fucking chew them up because the world is a fucking meat grinder. We treat kids like they're fragile porcelain dolls until the day they turn 18 or the day they get their high school diploma. And then the moment after that, we throw them headfirst into a fucking meat grinder. And then we wonder why a lot of them cry.
You know, it's amazing. You are 100% wrong. I mean, nothing you've said has been right.
Long time ago in a land far away is my last anecdotal story, and then I'm gonna go make some food. I was in my office. I'm in my office, and an E7 fucked up. She was an E7. She fucked up. So between me and my E7, so there's me as the flight commander, and underneath me is my superintendent. And in this particular flight, it works this way. Some flights, the superintendent and the flight commander are part of a management team, not in vehicle maintenance. And above that, I have the admin shop, and then I have the maintenance shop. Because over here we have what's known as VMA, vehicle maintenance and analysis, and then we have over here vehicle maintenance, the people that turn the wrenches. And then down here, you have two shops, and this is where my master sergeant was, and she fucked the pooch. She fucked the pooch so bad, people could have died. So she got corrective counseling for fucking the pooch. She wanted to have a meeting in my office because this person and this person were mean to her. So she schedules a meeting in my office, and as she walks into my office, there's 3 other people in my office. There's me, there's my superintendent, there's the VMNA superintendent, and then there's the OPSO, who happens to be a female, who was the first female in my chain of command. I just happened to have a female direct supervisor, so she was in the room because you never have a closed door meeting with a member of the opposite gender. So she comes in, and it's a meeting with me, and the other 3 people are in the back of the room. And she's like, well, I don't like people being behind me. I said, your objection is duly noted. What's your concern? Well, I'm not going to talk to you if there's people behind me. I said, the second highest ranking person in the squadron is one of the 3 people behind you. What is your concern? Well, I think that I was treated unfairly. Did you send a crane out into active service without it being properly tested? Well, I know it was tested, I just don't have the paperwork. Well, this is the military, Master Sergeant, so if you can't prove it happened, it never happened. I said, did that crane go out into active service properly stenciled along the boom arm? No. Whose responsibility is it to make sure that everything is done right on the admin side of paperwork before that vehicle goes back out into the ready line? It's mine. Okay, so you sent a vehicle out without a weight test that you can produce, without the stenciling on the crane arm. It's an 8,000 weighted maximum weight crane, and it was being used to lift 10,000 pounds, which could have resulted in catastrophic failure and death. And you think a letter of reprimand in this situation is them being mean to you? So she starts crying. And I reached over, I grabbed a box of tissues, and I handed it to her, and I said, take yourself out into the hallway and come back into report back into my office when you find your military bearing and composure. Shut the door on your way out. She walks out, crying, sobbing. Give a shit. She comes back in, and she said, well, I'm going to go over to MEO. MEO, I have one master sergeant that is being sent directly to you. She's got a complaint about me, my master sergeant, her sergeant, and apparently the operations officer, because the operations officer was in the room. I wanted there to be no confusion. This individual is on the way. You're dismissed. She went over there. About an hour later, I get the phone call. I need to go over there. I walk in. I don't give a shit. I walk in. What's going on? This master sergeant has some troubling things to say. Hold on a second. Before we even get started, I'm going to tell you what I have to... Well, that's not the way we do things in MEO. It's a female MEO person. I said, nope. What's going to happen is I'm going to tell you the facts of the case. And if you don't like the facts of those case, then I'm going to then retain counsel, because I'm not about to have my career shit canned about it, master sergeant. That can't work. And so I told her what happened, and she's like, well, that's not the story I got. I said, well, that's good, because I have 3 witnesses that can tell you that's exactly how it went down. I said, otherwise, I'm done here. And the MEO person is like, well, I'd like to talk to you about, a lot of people say that you're kind of gruff and you're abrasive. I said, yeah, I've had 28 evaluations since I've joined the military, and the word abrasive appears on 26 of them. And I remember, she's like, well, I think we're going to put you into a conflict management class. I said, I think we're not. I said, there's nothing wrong with being abrasive. You need abrasive people. And she said, what do you mean? I said, if you walk out onto your deck this afternoon and you get a splinter in your foot, are you going to polish that deck with a silk rag to get the splinter out? And she said, no. I said, I see you're wearing glasses. If you need to clean your glasses, are you going to take out sandpaper and clean your glasses? She said, no, it'll scratch them. I said, exactly. I said, there is a time and a place for a silk rag, and there's a time and a place for sandpaper. I'm the sandpaper. Master Sergeant fucked up, could have gotten people killed. It's a letter of reprimand that will have very minimal impact on her career if she pulls her shit together. But when I have a Master Sergeant with 12 years in the military who starts crying when she's being reprimanded, then how can I give that Master Sergeant any troops to lead? Because how can she discipline if she can't take discipline? That's what the fuck is wrong with society. You fuck up, you get your ass ripped. You learn from it. You're a fuck up. Yes, sir, I'm a fuck up. What did I fuck up? You allotted $12 million to a project with an operating budget of $1.2 million. Yes, sir, I am a total fuck up. Let me fix that. Or, respectfully, sir, what you're telling me I did is an impossibility, because the system will not allow me to overfund a project by more than 300%. It's an automatic no. So the only way I did that is if it was a $12 million project and somebody has advised you incorrectly. How does the American military rank system work? All the enlisted up to an E9, warrant officers if the service has them, then commissioned officers above. The lowest ranking officer technically outranks the highest ranking enlisted. But in the reality is most lieutenants, either first or second lieutenant, or second or first lieutenant, will not tell a chief or an E8 what to do. Most members of the military know that an E1, an O1 and an O2 control up to E7s. And the smart ones don't try to tell an E7 what to do. The smart ones ask the E7 what they should do. When you get to captain, most of the time, a captain or a lieutenant in the Navy, fucking people have to have a different rank structure. A captain will tell a chief what to do and the chief won't have a problem with it. With that said, great show as always. I had a bunch of videos I wanted to show, but we had to deal with Burn Slots, who finally got banned. Nothing but a troublemaker. I'm not going to deal with that sort of shit. If you've got questions about mortgages, I'll happily answer them. I'm going to go cook some chicken. Some sheet pan Dijon chicken. Because I'm back on HelloFresh, who is not sponsoring the show at all. Goodbye.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.